Ladies and gentlemen, hello again and welcome your faces to SummerSlam Night 2. Oh my goodness, last night was incredible and tonight is going to be even more incredible. But, but ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget what happened at the end of last night's SummerSlam. It was the passing of the torch. Brock Lesnar finally passed the torch to Femi, and oh my goodness. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the Essential Wrestling News live stream watch party for SummerSlam Night 2. And let's enjoy the wild ride that is in for tonight. I'm going to stop talking and let you hear the broadcast. Enjoy.
He's on a roll against Dirty Tom. Minnesota surely must hurt. Hometown hero, listen to the reaction for Chad Gable. The locals ready to roar. Minnesota high school champ, St. Michael's native, U.S. Olympian, and Gable returns the fight for the IC title. Plus, Rick Williams with his wife Flash Legend. They've got a lot to handle tonight. Mr. Wolfnet makes his SummerSlam debut in a tough title event. We are ready from Minnesota. This is SummerSlam. Tonight, SummerSlam begins.
He told me this title wasn't going anywhere because I am the greatest women's world champion of all time.
Away to kick off SummerSlam. Everybody talks, but we finished.
Yeah, what happened tonight? Exactly what you could expect will happen. Everything over.
Guys, and of course, let me know in the chat what was your highlight of night 1 of SummerSlam.
Let's introduce you, the ruler of WWE.
Yo, that first half was wow. But if you know the game, you know this is where everything changes.
Entering Women's Championship ladder match. Sami Zayn, Finn Balor. #1 contenders match.
Oh, nigga, that you ain't scared.
This is that second half energy. Man, fourth quarter, game on the line. Who wants it more kind of energy?
You and me, we came into this company together. We made this place our own. You and me. It's a culmination of a 14-year rivalry.
It's like this don't happen often. So when they do, you leave everything out there.
To extreme.
Tonight, Jets is in the building. Welcome to SummerSlam Night 2. Time to finish.
Man, how good is Justin Jefferson as we welcome you back to U.S. Bank Stadium, that Purple Palace, over a month away from the war of NFL football. But in the middle of 2 days of SummerSlam, that'll be tough to match the crowd noise and excitement. And Countdown to SummerSlam is presented by Cricket 5G, Joint Cricket Wireless, get reliable nationwide 5G on the AT&T network. Thrilled that you're with us for another day of this outrageous action that you're in for. Joe Tessitore alongside Big E, Corey Graves, and Peter Rosenberg. Guys, last night, and you heard the chants, was about the unassailable argument that Femi is the future. Today's about the present. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins as E we look at this outrageous card for Sunday's SummerSlam.
Obviously, we've all arrived here for Seth versus Roman, but I can't tell you how excited I am to see Penta versus Gable. I think if you love the craft of wrestling, this is for you. I couldn't agree with you more, Biggie, and there's a morbid curiosity within me that's eager to see what unfolds when you put human monies on a pole. Right? It's a new thing we've never seen in wrestling before. Guys, for me, and there's so much here, it's the ladder match. Knowing we're crowning a new champion, knowing that we have Charlotte and Jade in this match together, and knowing how much this crowd would absolutely lose their mind if Chelsea Green found her way to the top of that ramp. It also moves to back for champions. It's another one of these all Minnesota superstars.
Just about 20 minutes away. And of course, we have the best reporters in the business to cover everything with SummerSlam as we say hello to our aces, and we begin with Kathy Kelly. Kathy.
Yeah, Joe, we have reporters all over the building. I've also seen a lot of superstars wandering the halls. Chelsea Green was just here testing out some of these ladders, and I asked her if she had gotten over her phobia of heights and ladders since the last ladder match she was in. She said, Kathy, I don't know what phobia means, but I am scared to climb to the top of a ladder, especially with 4 other competitors in the ring. She knows that is the task at hand, but Chelsea has turned so much opportunity from chaos. She's turned the chaos into opportunity throughout her career. And she knows, like I said, that is the task at hand tonight. So whether it's her or one of the other 4 competitors in the ring, whoever ascends to the top of the ladder will also immediately ascend to the top of the SmackDown Women's Division. Byron?
Thanks, Kathy. January 13th, 2025. Believe it or not, that's kind of the date that started the whole road to tonight's Intercontinental Championship match, because that's the night that Penta made his WWE debut, defeated Chad Gable, which then led to Chad Gable experiencing a downward spiral in his career and his subsequent road of atonement. So tonight's match could go one of 2 ways. Either Chad Gable has a full circle moment in his career, wins his first singles title in front of his hometown, or Penta, who's competing in his first SummerSlam match, causes history to repeat itself. Jackie?
Well, Byron, Roman Reigns has built one of the greatest resumes in WWE history, but if he has one blind spot, it is absolutely Seth Rollins. Listen, some opponents challenge your ability. Others challenge your identity. And when it comes to Roman, Seth does both, whether it's the Royal Rumble DQ in 2022 or choosing revenge over victory at WrestleMania 40. Seth has repeatedly forced Roman to make emotional decisions over strategic ones. It's
I am looking forward to that match.
He needs this win. So while retaining the World Heavyweight Championship is at stake tonight for Roman, tonight is also about finally beating the one person in Seth Rollins that has always been able to get into Roman's head.
Well, let's continue that conversation, guys, when we talk about Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins and the shared history, of course, a rivalry spanning their run all the way back to the Shield, the Betrayal, and the Breakup.
Look, if Roman Reigns is our Superman, Seth Rollins is his kryptonite. There is so much story, so much history. Grace, you and I were there, 15 plus years ago to see some of these very first elements start to brew. I would agree, and I would argue that this rivalry actually predated both Rollins and Roman's arrival in WWE. These two have been at one another's throats for years and years and years, and for one reason, it's the best.
We had everything in front of us. There was no reason to ruin what we had.
This was the hardest decision I have ever had to make. It was the best decision I ever made.
Welcome in, people. Welcome in.
So, today is a new chapter to be written. How much of what we just saw plays a role still today? To me, it's gigantic because every time we see Roman deal with Seth, this guy who is otherwise always in the right headspace just seems to be thrown off. It's like the chair shot is constantly in the back of the mind of Roman Reigns. And I gotta tell you guys, Kryptonite's the perfect way to put it. There is something there that makes Roman Reigns different in this rivalry.
I think Roman Reigns has gone past motivation and entered into obsessive territory. I've used the analogy quite a few times recently that Seth Rollins has become Roman Reigns' white whale. Remember the Moby Dick reference for you kids at home. But Roman cannot sleep at night knowing that Seth Rollins still claims, still chirps, still wants to be the 1A to Roman. Seth has done everything Roman has done, with the exception of being viewed by the WWE fans in the same exact light as Roman Reigns is, and that eats at Rollins.
Well, we talk a lot about what we saw on screen, but let's understand what it's like when we come back to the Shield, and why does this mean so much? Why does this matter so much to these two? They came up together as a trio, traveling, grinding, trying to get over that hump. There's so much shared history to really feel like this is family, and to be betrayed by that family. A lot of time has passed since that turn, but I think that Roman has yet to process that. In fact, I would suggest maybe therapy could help him get over that and be able to move on.
We were talking about this last night. We talked about it earlier today about how this rivalry, maybe they weren't physically attacking one another. But this has gone all the way back to our days in FCW. And you all said that was small to it back then? Yes, because Roman was sort of preordained as the guy. Even in FCW. Granted, he had to work just as hard as everybody else, arguably harder, but everyone sort of knew the expectations of Roman Reigns, what he was going to be someday. Then you had Seth Rollins, who on the independents was the guy. Seth Rollins cut his teeth, made his name on the independent scene, showed up in FCW, and now he had to deal with a guy who was already viewed as better than he is. And that drives Rollins. Rollins is a guy who performs best, much like CM Punk, when there's a chip on his shoulder. Rollins has kept that chip, and yes, they formed a Shield, yes, they both tasted individual success, but there is still part of Seth Rollins that loses sleep over knowing that he's not looked at as the guy the same way Roman.
This is going to be a central topic we discuss over the course of the next nearly 3 hours. We're going to be right here on ESPN with you for the countdown to SummerSlam, and then this outrageous card that is topped by Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. Punch your way. Well, I remind you, that'll be fully streaming on the ESPN app. And the good news now is YouTube subscribers can get ESPN Unlimited. So join us at 6 o'clock for that on the ESPN app. Jackie Redmond recently sat down with Seth Rollins.
Are you kidding me? Rollins assaulted Reigns! That's off top of the world. Why would Seth Rollins do this?
A chair shot to the back of Roman Reigns. Do you believe that you made the right decision that night?
Yes.
Okay.
It was the right decision. I feel that because I think what it did was give us a chance, right? It gave both of us an opportunity, a chance to step out on our own and become the things that we were meant to become. And
So guys, I just want to turn our attention to the Finn Balor Sami Zayn match. Now they did reference it last night. The winner of this match will face, I believe, CM Punk. Now, my personal thoughts are that Finn Balor should actually walk away victorious. He was robbed of a Universal title back in 2016 because he had to relinquish it due to an injury, and he was never given that opportunity again at a world title. So yes, I am fully supporting Finn Balor in this match. Now, I'm not taking into account that he has had other world title opportunities since his return. What I am saying is, he was never officially allowed to be a true champion because he had to relinquish the Universal Championship. Now, a lot of people might not remember the 2016 SummerSlam, and it was due to the visionary Seth freaking Rollins that Finn Balor had to relinquish that Universal title. Now, of course, I want to know what your guys' thoughts are, because I want to hear your take on this. Do you believe Finn Balor will walk out victorious tonight? Let me know in the chat. And then I also want to turn our attention to the interim women's ladder match. Now, the winner of this will become the interim women's champion, replacing Rhea Ripley. Unfortunately, Rhea Ripley is out with, I don't actually know the full extent of her injury, but we do know whoever wins this match will have to face Rhea Ripley at some point, and we will find out who the true champion really is. Now, my money is on Mammy all the way through, because I believe tonight, and I'm saying this off the cuff, I do believe we are looking at 52 belts. A lot of people don't like Tiffany Stratton, but I do. And I would like to see her become Tiffy 2 belts. And then this match also is very, very interesting. We have Baron Corbin taking on Trick Williams for the United States title. Ladies and gentlemen, Baron Corbin returned to WWE some weeks ago and came straight after Trick Williams. I want to know your guys' thoughts. Let me know in the chat of what you guys thought about Baron Corbin's return. But guys, remember, we are here throughout the night. Yes, I am live early tonight, so we have over nearly 3 hours, well, nearly 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it is, before SummerSlam actually gets going. But I am going to be here breaking everything down with you guys. We're going to listen to what they have to say, and then we are going to dissect it our very selves.
Great, you've been in this business for a long time. To see a guy like Brock Lesnar who doesn't always wear his emotions on his sleeve, take that moment and not only have these matches, hug the man, and then ask for a microphone to say he's the future. Graves, that is a very rare moment in this business.
Absolutely, a ringing endorsement from one of the greatest of all time, a future Hall of Famer, the Beast incarnate, Brock Lesnar. I'm as curious as anybody to find out what Brock's future looks like. We heard Paul Levesque say it in the press conference last night. The only person who can answer that question is Brock Lesnar. Selfishly, I hope it's not the last we've seen of the Beast. But regardless, whether Brock comes back or not, we got Obafemi and a bright future to look forward to.
Yeah, and I assure you it's not the last conversation we have today on this countdown show to SummerSlam about Brock Lesnar. We're going to have conversations for about the next 10 to 15 years about Obafemi. We're going to continue on right here on ESPN. Remember, 6 o'clock on the ESPN app. We'll begin the matches for day 2, the Sunday card of SummerSlam. Spectacular day here in Minnesota, and a spectacular main event tonight. We will talk to Roman Reigns, the World Heavyweight Championship, as he prepares for Seth Rollins.
In this business, you have to have some people about you. And Seth Rollins was the first example of that for me. It was an early lesson.
And who's really the one to watch in the interim WWE Women's Championship ladder match? 5 megastars collide there. As we remember so many great moments through the years of SummerSlam. The match made in heaven prior to the match made in hell.
I cried in that wedding.
This was just 1 year ago, the American Nightmare toppling the greatest of all time, John Cena, to reclaim the WWE Championship.
What about Trish demonstrating she still got it?
Oh, that
How
was
about Kane and Bray back in 2013?
absolutely, and of course, no one could fly like AJ Styles. Can you believe we finally saw AJ and John Cena?
Guys, I'm just gonna
The
take
wait is over,
a quick 5
and
minutes.
Club WWE is live now. Start earning rewards. Check out your exclusive member benefits and explore the catalog of premium content you can't find anywhere else. Congratulations.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the SummerSlam Watch Party Night 2. If you were here last night, you know the routine. We break down everything that happened. But for those that watched night 1 of SummerSlam, what do you think really went off in Brock Lesnar's head when he finally passed the torch to Oberthemi? Now, remember, Oberthemi didn't need this match with Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam last night. He chose to have it. Remember, Oberthemi is your 2026 King of the Ring, and he is still in line for a future world title opportunity. Now, I want you guys to take your bets in the chat. When do you think Oberthemi will reach the top of the mountain? Let me know, guys.
But last night, tonight, feels like we're filling a book with more magical moments, this time inside the ropes. One of the big stories of the summer is the injury to the women's champion, Rhea Ripley. She is expected to be back sooner than expected. However, for now, because of what happened, she is hoping to be medically cleared, and we move forward crowning an interim champion, and that will happen in incredible fashion because look at these five that are coming together for a ladder match for the interim WWE Women's Championship.
That helped your way here on Sunday at SummerSlam.
Rhea Ripley will not get liver beat at SummerSlam. We have made the decision to crown interim WWE Women's Champion. 5 women have the opportunity to win the ladder match at SummerSlam. The winner of the ladder match becomes the interim WWE Women's Champion.
These women don't understand that they can't feed me when it comes to this champion. And believe all the rest of the women squeeze stuff in that mouth and broke that shit, get your cheeks. I've been doing this for 10 years. Honey, I was curious. And what do you a championship? You got the feeling it brings to it.
SummerSlam Sunday, interim WWE Women's Championship ladder match. The best of the women's division will have that golden opportunity in Minnesota.
And of course, it includes Minnesota's very own Tiffany Stratton. She's arrived back home, trying to become a double champion. Grew up not far away from this stadium, was a gymnastics star. It's been swamped by fans every day here. Everybody wanting to see if she can conquer it. Great reception as you hear from the crowd for Chelsea Green, who's now a newfound very good friend of Tiffany Stratton. She's been riding some momentum here. Impressive qualifying win. Now the inaugural women's U.S. champion could become the interim women's champion. What's the key to this matchup?
Oh, and I think the key is
Guys,
keep your
do
eye on the
you
prize.
think Chelsea
We have
Green
seen
will win
Jade,
it?
and we
Let
have
me
seen
know.
Charlotte go toe-to-toe time and time again. I think there is some concern that they can be so distracted with their budding rivalry that they end up not remembering, hey, we got to climb this ladder and grab this title.
To that point, I'm going to defer to a point often used by John Bradshaw Layfield, WWE Hall of Famer, my AAA broadcast partner. Hang around the rim. You have to make sure you keep yourself in position. Keep a ladder at the ready, as handy as it possibly can be. We know the ladders tend not to cooperate, but you have to be ready because you're only going to get momentary opportunities in an environment as chaotic as a ladder match. I'm very curious about Lash Legends today.
Why? How so?
Because there's a couple of stories I think everyone's watching. Jade and Charlotte, obviously, right? Then you have this relationship and sort of the daredevil abilities of Chelsea and Tiffany Stratton. You got to keep your eye on the powerhouse that is Lash Legend. I mean, this is someone who's a physical specimen in every single way. But I just would be remiss. It's fascinating to not look at the Chelsea story. And if you watch Unreal at all and you see what Chelsea's all about, this has been a story that people have fallen in love with. And as much as Tiffy is a hometown hero here in Minneapolis, it seems like every building we go to feels like a hometown game for Chelsea Green these days.
Is there a bigger bandwagon hopper in this costume than this guy right here? I've been telling people for years to keep an eye on Chelsea Green. I was the only one to stand up and pledge my allegiance, and you mocked and you ridiculed, you cried and you whined. But where are we now?
We're in Minneapolis. We're at SummerSlam. Who's potentially the next interim women's champion?
Chelsea Green.
Exactly. I think you owe me an apology.
Yeah, Green, I'm so sorry. I didn't know that.
I don't accept it. But look, when I think you spend so much time at the top, I'm thinking about Charlotte Flair. Sometimes when you come down to the tag team division, it can be seen as a demotion. People start to forget about you at the very top of the card. I think Charlotte is still performing at such a very, very high level. Let's not sleep on her either. And number 15 would mean the world to Charlotte Flair. So the interim women's championship, a ladder match. Chelsea Green says, you know what? I have a fear of heights. Okay, Chelsea. WWE Slam celebrates the biggest party in the summer with an action-packed release inspired by the large.
You know what, guys? I really hope Charlotte Flair doesn't become the interim women's champion. I really don't. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. I will make a whole different video on that at some point. But, guys, I also want to get your thoughts on the Baron Corbin Trick Williams match, because he returned a few months ago to WWE, and ever since he returned, he went straight after, of course, Trick Williams. So, do you believe Baron Corbin will walk out of SummerSlam the new United States champion? Guys, take your side, pick which side you are on, and let's enjoy this match together, because I know that whatever happens, whoever walks out of this match will possibly not let this lie. I really don't.
For one, I'm grateful that he's back so he can stop texting me about how he wants to fight and kick everybody's ass on the roster while he's not here. So now Baron's here and he can let his fist do the talking rather than his thumbs. Trick Williams is in for the test of his reign thus far. I promise you this much. To your point, Joe, Corbin has added new wrinkles to his game. He was already ruthless. He was already dangerous. And Baron Corbin is back in WWE to collect even more gold, much like he's done in the Jiu-Jitsu world.
I don't like agreeing with you, but I'm 100% on board with this being Trick's biggest challenge so far. Trick is the coolest cucumber I basically ever met in sports. No matter what it is, he's always calm leading into the event. In this case, I wonder if that works to his disadvantage, because Baron Corbin is the rare combination of a veteran who is completely hungry and needs to prove something. I really do think this is the biggest test yet for young Trick.
There might be something to that, but I think with Trick, like him being as cool as he is, be you. Trick just needs to be himself. Don't change a thing. He knows who he is. I think, okay, there is a lot of onus and pressure on Corbin, but for Trick to be the star that we all believe he can be, he needs to get past this test. So I think Trick has the mindset of, let me go out here tonight and let me show out.
And we know we heard it at WrestleMania, you'll hear it again, but the entrance for Trick Williams with this big of a crowd is going to be incredible. By the way, great crowd here again outside the plaza. It was so much fun to do before they head into US Bank Stadium. Today's Superstar Lookalike Contest is presented by Chase Freedom, the official credit card of SummerSlam, as we say hello to Chewy and Kathy again.
Joe, I didn't get to see your suit earlier. You're looking sharp. We also have some superstar lookalikes here. You know the drill. Last night, we crowned a champion. They got 4 tickets to SummerSlam Night 1. That is also what's on the line tonight.
We've got Dan Allison, we've got Penta and Little J. I'm ready to work. You guys ready to walk that trick? Can we do that? Hit the music, baby.
Fresh it.
Come on. Let's go. Louder. SummerSlam. Come on.
yet. It's a little toasty outside. I'm so sorry. Human Monies is not on the line, but I think Danhausen
Yes.
is the winner
Congratulations.
of this look-alike contest. Congratulations, 2 floor seats to SummerSlam tonight.
Yes. Back to you guys.
I'm so excited.
Whoop that trick, everybody.
You'll be hearing Whoop That Trick coming up tonight inside US Bank Stadium. And still to come here on the countdown to SummerSlam. A look back at the winners last night and the impact that now has moving forward. Who does CM Punk face next? As Finn Balor will be in the spotlight in a #1 contenders match today from Minnesota.
This summer.
Right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break while this is on commercial, and I'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere.
Universe enjoying SummerSlam at Cosm in LA, Dallas, and the newest location, Atlanta. I mean, it is like you are sitting ringside, front row, a world beyond your own without leaving your seat. A shared reality, Cosm like nothing you ever seen or experienced. And by the way, how about the experiences we all had yesterday?
The epic SummerSlam begins.
This is where stars become highlights.
And Morgan now with a sticky oblivion. Proclaims her title. That is the way to kick off SummerSlam. This is going to be a chaotic brawl. BFP, the ring general looking to end the dreams of Nick Aldis tonight. Nick Aldis has to tap out. JCJ on the way. Built up the real fellas on back. Austin Rhodes with the undisputed WWE Championship. Oh my God! We are now set for the main event, the Hell in a Cell.
Just a massive day one, and of course, the results from day one will have a ripple effect.
We are 2 hours, 17 minutes away from night 2 of SummerSlam, ladies
LA
and
Knight,
gentlemen.
Ortiz, and Solo, the victors, as was Gunther, JC Jane, and Fatal Influence, and then Punk, still the champion, and Oba crowned the future. Then there was the fight.
Yeah, it had been a while since we'd seen Randy Orton, and the last time we saw him, guess what he was doing? Beating down in the head. Exactly, punching Cody in the head. Well, this time, different move, similar result, RKO.
And what a refreshed Randy Orton, just seeing him, we were really close to where we were set up last night, seeing him run by to enter the ring. This is the Randy Orton that I think is going to be laser focused moving forward.
And I think the important thing to realize is CM Punk on this post show last night admitted to us that he had no idea that it happened. It wasn't until the replays were airing on the stadium screens that Punk realized that Orton had interfered, thus basically handing CM Punk the victory on his own.
But you make me laugh because we were sitting there on the side set when all of a sudden Randy Orton did what he did. He runs back, he's got the biggest grin on his face, and he's blowing kisses to the entire crowd as he just blew up the championship match.
He really enjoys being an agent of chaos.
He does. He does. And then, of course, you mentioned, Corey, what happened last night right here on this set. This was CM Punk.
Yeah, Cody's another crack at that thing. I think the odds are very good. Obviously, he deserves one. We saw the RKO. We saw the ref down. I didn't see, run it back. I don't care. Do you want to see it again? Bring the boss. Randy, I'm not stoked what Randy did. Randy's a snake. Randy wants some. He can get some. His dad Bob can get some. As much as I would like Finn to progress, I don't know if I want to wrestle a friend again when I can punch Sami Zayn in his stupid loud mouth. CM Punk is here. I am a target, and I welcome every single archer who wants to shoot a bow and arrow at me. I'm not hiding in a bubble. I am not a... Let's go.
Well, let's bring in the man who hopes to be the next challenge to CM Punk. Today, Sami Zayn will be in the #1 contenders match for the WWE Championship. Sami, we really appreciate you spending some time with us as you're making your final preparations for SummerSlam Day #2. What's your mindset right now?
Well, Joe, actually, I've got a lot to say. First of all, I've got a lot to say about CM Punk, okay? Because I heard what CM Punk's been saying about me. What he's going to tell me being a start bench or a bench player who thinks he's a starter. I didn't really understand what he said because he kind of flubbed his words. I don't flub my words when I talk about CM Punk. I'm locked in when I need to talk about CM Punk. I have no shortage of things that I have to say about CM Punk, but it seems he flubs his words a little bit when he talks about me. And you want to know why? Because he's terrified of me. He's scared of me. Not physically, no, because he's been in the ring with a lot of imposing fellas. Come over here. Let me talk to you. He's been in the ring with a lot of imposing guys, but I terrify him mentally and emotionally because I see him for the fraud that he actually is. And what was it you said on the panel, Punk? That I'm just following in your footsteps of things you did 15 years ago? Don't ever compare me to you in any way, shape, or form. That is an insult. Because I am nothing like CM Punk in any way.
Sammy,
I'm actually a real person. I'm talking. I mean it when I talk. I mean it when I say something. CM Punk, he talks the talk, I walk the walk. I've been walking the same walk my entire life, my entire career. I actually stand for something. He stands for nothing. Do not ever compare me to CM Punk in any way, shape, or form. That's what's on my mind.
Sammy, obviously you were super affected by what Punk said, and with good reason. I totally get it. How do you now put that behind you and focus on Finn Balor here at SummerSlam?
Well, because CM Punk, I gotta go through Finn Balor. Listen, Finn Balor. I understand it. I get it. I respect him just like everybody else. And in a lot of ways, our stories are very parallel. He won the championship right out the game, went on a 10-year drought. I went on a 10-year drought, finally won the championship. But now both of us are in the same boat. We both have that same level of desperation. Difference is, I need this. I need this to get back what CM Punk stole from me. I'm unrelenting, Finn, and you're going to find that out tonight. And CM Punk, you're going to find that out real soon.
Sammy, we look forward to seeing you later tonight. That is Sami Zayn. He'll be in the #1 contenders match for the WWE Championship to see who moves forward to face CM Punk. It's Sami Zayn against Finn Balor. You know, Sami sits there, he talks about justice for Sami. He says, I only had this for 9 days. Finn Balor a decade ago had it for 1 day, Corey. SummerSlam, the first ever WWE Universal Champion. Finn Balor, Seth Rollins, main event, unbelievable match, unbelievable event, so many memories, but Finn Balor suffered a catastrophic shoulder injury that very night, and all of a sudden, all of Finn's big plans stalled. And the nature of WWE is if you're not moving forward, someone's going to eclipse you sooner rather than later, and Finn has had to scratch and claw his way back to this opportunity. Sami Zayn, like he just said, went 10 years without tasting gold. Sami Zayn is fighting, we just saw, like he's never fought before. You can see the conviction in the eyes of Sami Zayn. I think Finn Balor, as much as he loves SummerSlam, as much as this is his wheelhouse, I think Finn's in for the fight of his lifetime.
And both Sami and Finn have dealt with setbacks, but Finn handled his with, I think, a lot more grace. I wonder if Sami's rage is going to help fuel him or possibly distract him from getting back to that opportunity.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was alluding to with Sami. Listen, I believe Sami was done wrong. He was not prepared for that matchup. It's a very tough break. But first of all, I want to shout out to our guys in the truck, the trolling, the algorithm hustling that we just did to play Punk's words right when you knew Sami would hear it and go completely off the rails like we expect. But I love that both of these guys have such a history with CM Punk. Obviously, Sami with the immediate history, just losing the title to Punk. But don't forget, guys, Finn Balor's sort of redemption that he's been on recently, that goes back to Chicago, their incredible title match at Elimination Chamber. So no matter which way we go with CM Punk, the future's gonna be a lot of fun.
It is. CM Punk talked about that future last night. The words that Peter is referencing is when he said he doesn't know if he wants to fight a friend, somebody he respects again, like Finn Balor, when he could instead punch Sami Zayn in his stupid, loud mouth. We will see where that goes. Better words with better melodies come out of a superstar's mouth, and that is Darius Rucker. Darius Rucker, the music legend, is going to sing the national anthem today, and he's going to join us live right here on set for the SummerSlam Countdown, plus Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, more to come there.
Seth Rollins said in a recent interview that you started at third base.
That's the perspective of people who aren't born into the business. When you put Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins in the same room, who shines the brightest.
Right, guys, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. So, guys, I want to know your predictions for tonight. I especially want to know, who do you think will win between Danhausen and Dirty Dominic Mysterio? That's going to be an interesting one. I know it is. But don't forget, Danhausen has cursed them at every little thing he could possibly do. So let me know in the chat, guys, who you want to see win that particular match. But one match that I do want to talk about is the Intercontinental title match between Chad Gable and Penta. Now, Penta made his debut in WWE the second week of WWE being live on Netflix. And within a couple of months, he is your Intercontinental Champion. Now, do you believe that Chad Gable will walk out the new Intercontinental Champion? I want to know your thoughts, guys. Let me know down, in the chat, sorry.
These continues with SummerSlam Day 2, a showcase of wild action and athleticism, something the city's star wide receiver knows how to deliver.
To be able to be 27 and still be playing this game that I love since I was a little kid is truly a blessing. Because of course I'm not the fastest, I'm not the strongest, and I'm not the smartest, but I do know football. You gotta be that dog and you have to be that entertainer to step out. It's the dance moves after I score. It's me on the TV screen, on commercials. All of that is the full package. I mean, at the end of the day, we're entertainment. My favorite thing I like to say is a quote from Michael Jordan. he said that every single game that he plays in, there's somebody there that's watching for the first time. So I kind of always had that in the back of my mind, and I feel like it's the same thing for WWE. I've always been a fan of Roman. I just love his energy, I love his vibe, and I feel like he's the entertainer. It's just a stage and a showcase. It gives me goosebumps even thinking about the fans and the amount of energy and amount of love that they really give every single time they see you. So it's really just putting on a show for them.
Yes, those fans who have proven why Minnesota landed at SummerSlam. They've been here at the East Plaza for hours, soaking in the sun and fun, maybe a little bit of adult hydration. And now they're ready for a defining day of WWE. And one of the most physically dominant superstars has arrived. And she's arrived in purple, by the way. They love that. Jade Cargill walks into SummerSlam with championship aspirations. Penta is here, the Intercontinental Champion. The unmistakable lucha intensity, the innovation, and the sporting attitude to take on this challenger in Chad Gable tonight. Plus, Finn Balor. What a moment it could be for Finn Balor to be the #1 contender to fight for the Undisputed Championship if he gets past Sami Zayn. And music superstar Darius Rucker has arrived. He'll be performing the national anthem, but before he does, that WWE Superfan will be right here on set. And it's Seth frickin' Rollins. When the stakes are at their highest, few have delivered on a bigger stage better and more consistently than Seth, especially when the man opposite him is Roman Reigns. And that is where Rollins finds himself again, opposite Reigns for the World Heavyweight Championship tonight. It is coming your way from right here in Minneapolis, streaming on the ESPN app.
It was the right time, the right guy, and the right moment.
Seth Rollins, Mr. Minneapolis.
As I ran down that ramp, I could barely feel the ground beneath me. I was floating.
All my hard work, my moment, the top of the mountain right at my fingertips, and he stole my moment.
Rollins with the heist of the century.
I should have saw it coming.
Going to be an amazing atmosphere inside that big building, US Bank Stadium. And of course, the man who's going to be calling the action is Michael Cole. Good afternoon, Michael.
Good afternoon, Joe. Thanks a lot. You know, the main event tonight will be Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins for the World Heavyweight Championship. This story really began 12 years ago, the night that Seth Rollins took a steel chair and planted it into the spine of Roman Reigns and Dean Ambrose. What that did was break up one of the greatest groups in WWE history, known as The Shield. Over the past dozen years, Roman Reigns has been obsessed with making Seth Rollins pay for that moment. So obsessed that it cost him a championship at WrestleMania. Well, I had the opportunity to sit down earlier this week with Roman Reigns to talk to him about this obsession and how he planned to handle those emotions tonight. This is part one of that interview. Seth Rollins has said that the Shield chair allowed Rollins to be the architect of Roman Reigns' career. How do you feel when you hear that?
I think it's complete bull. I don't think there's any truth. I mean, it's a skewed perspective. Him, what do we call it? Like Monday morning quarterbacking, trying to fix things after the fact, trying to give himself relevance, trying to give himself purpose. It taught me a lot of lessons early. You know what I mean? Some people take those as losses. I look at them as lessons, and I should have listened to my brother, my blood brother. He told me a long time ago, and I've said this before, in this business, you have to have some about you. And Seth Rollins was the first example of that for me. It was an early lesson.
You mentioned your brother. And as we're talking about family, it's interesting because Seth Rollins said in a recent interview that you've had a privileged upbringing. Your family, of course, being from the business, that you were given every opportunity, that you started at third base, where Seth Rollins had to claw his way to the top. How would you respond to that?
Look, that's the perspective of people who aren't born into the business. Yeah, the door's open. but it's about what you do in the room when you get there. And the facts are very clear. When you put Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins in the same room, who shines the brightest? Seth has talked about this being his dream since he was just a little boy. He looks more comfortable on the NFL Network than anywhere else. These guys are liars, and they'll tell you anything to be the guy. Not me. I'm worried about it. I love being from a wrestling family. I love being a legacy. If you think I was born on third base, then you should be ashamed, because it only took me from third base to home to figure this out better than everybody else.
Okay, let's talk about SummerSlam. When you're in the ring and you look at Seth Rollins, who do you see? Your brother? Or do you see something different? Ladies and gentlemen, inside US Bank Stadium, I'll be sitting at the announce desk behind me in a little bit to call all the action with this man, a 5-time Intercontinental Champion. My partner, Wade Barrett, joins me now. Now, before we get into the main event stuff, Wade, let's talk about, have you ever, in your career, called a human monies on a pole match?
No, I have not. And to be clear, it should not be called the human monies on a pole match. It should be called the stolen money on a pole match that is going to go back to its rightful owner, Dirty Dom, tonight.
So we'll call that matchup, and also the main event, of course, Roman versus Seth. Let's start with Seth Rollins. How important is this match tonight for Seth to get the championship back?
Well, for Seth, he lost the championship almost a year ago now through injury. He had to relinquish it. So it's huge for him to get back the championship that he never really lost. But also in some interviews this week, I've noticed Roman Reigns has said a few things about Seth Rollins. He said that Seth Rollins will never be the A1 guy like Roman Reigns. He'll always be a level below Roman Reigns. Well, Seth Rollins tonight gets the chance to shove those words down the throat the OTC.
And for Roman Reigns, and I mentioned it earlier, it's this 12-year obsession with Rollins and how emotional Reigns gets when he's in the ring with Seth in these big matches. He's never beaten Seth in a big match. How does Roman use those emotions maybe in his favor tonight?
Yeah, well, Roman clearly wants to exorcise that ghost of Seth Rollins that has been haunting him for the past 12 years, the betrayal after the Shield. And you're right, Roman does get incredibly emotional in the big moments, even more so when in close proximity to Seth freaking Rollins. Well, Roman needs to keep those emotions under wraps tonight if he's got any chance of defending that title.
Well, I cannot wait. Wade and I will have the honor to be at ringside to call the World Heavyweight Championship match for SummerSlam Sunday. Right now, let's check in with Byron Saxton and Chewy Martinez.
Thank you very much, guys. So warm, to say the least, outside US Bank Stadium. But we have found the coolest location here because this is the official Danhausen ice cream truck.
The line has been crazy all weekend long, and I think we need a sample, brother. I think we need to spin this wheel, Byron.
So the options on the wheel are to determine if you're very evil, very nice, or cursed. You want to give it a spin?
Let's go.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, my shoulder just bumped into it. Accidentally, and it says that you are very nice.
I'm very nice. Thank you, Byron. You're nice too.
Oh, you're so kind. So, speaking of very nice, very evil, those are the names of the flavors of the Danhausen popsicles.
We got two. We got refreshing lemonade and mango with some tahini, bro.
Tahini? I like
that.
Hey, you know what else happens at the Danhausen ice cream truck?
What else?
Love is in the air.
Okay,
because I just discovered. What's your name, sir?
Blake.
And?
Abby?
Blake and Abby just got engaged.
Congratulations, you guys. Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Look at, we got the ring and everything.
A little bling on the ring, a little love at SummerSlam, handshaking, it's okay.
I think we need some ice cream to celebrate. I think we need some ice cream to celebrate.
Oh, we got mini houses. We got mini houses of ice cream. Grab them, guys. I might get a break for you, that's okay.
That was delicious.
We're going to enjoy Danhausen ice cream. Very, very nice. Very evil. Someone else who's very nice. Jackie Redmond.
Yes.
That's right, Byron. I am nice. And this segment is presented by Cricket Wireless. Mike, the Miz, is sometimes nice.
I feel like I'm always nice. Everyone loves me. I hope Danhausen loses
tonight. I
We're
hope
going
he's
right
hurt
to Dan
so bad
Housen.
that he is rid of the WWE, that he is ousted from the WWE. There is no curse, and I'm alive and well. Thanks for asking, Jackie.
Mike, we just talked about how we weren't going to talk about Dan Housen. We were going to talk about SummerSlam and what happened last night.
I've been a vegetable for the past month. I've been electrocuted. You know who I blame? I blame my general manager, Nick Aldis, who all of you were cheering last night.
It was an
This guy
emotional
was so
moment.
worried about his moment at SummerSlam that he forgot to protect and make sure that his talent is safe on SmackDown. I was electrocuted by an idiot.
Do you think any of your own actions or decisions maybe led you to that moment, though?
My actions? Danhausen stole my daughter's bike. She is 8 years old. He broke into my house.
And you blame Nick Aldis.
I blame my general manager who allowed me to get electrocuted on his television show? Yeah, I do.
Okay, well...
While Oasis is singing his entrance, oh gee, the general manager gets to have Oasis bring him out.
Listen, you were supposed to tell us some of your favorite SummerSlam moments, and now we're out of time because of this tantrum.
I beat Rey Mysterio for the Intercontinental Championship. Need I say more?
We're gonna wrap Miz.
He got one moment out. One, The Miz. Very nice, very evil freeze tour. Post by Arset as we continue on with the SummerSlam countdown right up until 6 o'clock. We will talk about the moments. The guys are going to reveal the top 10 notable moments in SummerSlam history as we move ahead. Speaking of Brock right there, that was Nashville. And here's the man responsible for it all. We heard what Paul Triple H Levesque had to say last night after night one. We will hear from him before night two as SummerSlam continues on with the music superstar who's singing the Star Spangled Banner tonight. Darius Rucker's going to join us live right here on the countdown. So great to have you. Say hello to the guys.
Make the bed shake. With meds that prime your brain for arousal, boost blood flow where it counts, and help you last longer in bed.
for SummerSlam as day 2 is set to arrive in less than 2 hours after an unbelievable night of action on the ESPN app for Saturday night.
I hope you will be joining us for the biggest party of the summer.
Slam is taking over Minneapolis.
There is no ceiling.
1, 2, 3.
Big weekend SummerSlam. Please welcome Cody Rhodes. Ain't nothing topping this right here.
But at the end of the day, I feel like it's a dirty win. Cody, you got a rematch anytime you want it.
If you need my help in any way. I do have a problem with Danhausen right now. He might curse you. No, bring it on.
And I'm excited! And I know Seth's excited!
This is your WWE debut match. It's been like a really nice, genuine sort of outpouring of that excitement and support.
This game has been hijacked by Danhausen. You don't play Uno, dog!
Mine wasn't hot.
I think it's hot.
How does it feel to be back?
I wasn't stressed. I feel truly blessed.
I think it's Tiffy time.
This is kind of my first big hometown moment.
I took my time, and I did that purposely. It's mine to take, it's mine that I never lost.
We've got one of the richest wrestling traditions in the entire country in Minneapolis.
I'm just no selling. Your eyes are telling me different. Our eyes are watering. You guys live like this?
Showroom complex with WWE Hall of Famer Paul Heyman. Why would you want to do a show with me sneaker shopping? Because you're I don't wear sneakers.
Seems like summertime is the time for LA Night.
You heard it right here first.
I can't imagine if I never came back now.
If you want another challenge, just let me know.
You be ready for the Liv Morgan.
Bring it.
The amount of media coverage was incredible. And then last night, this was one of the centerpiece matches as Nick Aldis relinquished his duties as general manager because he was pushed too far by Gunther. Aldis earned the crowd's respect with a very gutsy performance before it ended with the sleeper. Following the respect, a standing ovation was from his wife and son. Gunther was celebrating, but for Nick Aldis, what a moment. And then interesting what happened afterwards, this with his family, as he tried to resign late last night with Triple H backstage. Nick Aldis after the Gunther match.
You're an old man, Nick Aldis. I'm proud of you. Proud of what you did. Proud of what you accomplished. Proud of everything you did tonight. But as for this letter of resignation, you reinstated as a general manager of SmackDown.
Well, guys, the WWE Universe continues to show mad respect for this man right here, Nick Aldis. I gotta tell you, we were walking to the stage, Nick, and people, they weren't even coming up to you. They were just respectfully standing and applauding. I mean, even now, does this feel surreal to you?
Jackie, first of all, Minneapolis, Minnesota, I felt the love. I appreciate every single one of you, and it's a moment I will never forget. Thank you so very, very much. If I can be an example of anything in this business, I've been in this business for 20 years, and you play the hand you get dealt. And the hand I was dealt was SmackDown general manager. I made a promise to myself, to my family, to the industry. I'd be the best general manager I could be, the best general manager you've ever seen. But that flame never extinguishes. And when the opportunity arose, I just remembered what I tell myself, which is if you visualize something consistently enough, if you never let that flame be extinguished and you work hard consistently, that the idea, the moment that you have in your mind for 20 years can manifest itself into reality. And that was my moment last night, walking out to Morning Glory, walking to the sound of my favorite tune.
Well, listen.
Minneapolis, Minnesota, I appreciate you so much.
I think you have inspired so many people, not just over the last 48 hours, but the last couple of weeks. And I imagine what you experienced last night specifically will change you as a general manager moving forward. But congratulations again, and thank you for the time. We're going to toss it back to Tess and the boys.
Congratulations to Nick Aldis for his efforts. Interesting to hear the chants from the massive crowd behind us of "You still got it, you still got it," as we are now with a music superstar who never lost it, and that is Darius Rucker, everybody.
Thank you. Hey,
national anthem tonight.
Yeah.
It's on a massive crowd and a big mega event. What's that like?
It's nerve-wracking. Trust me, I'm going to be singing it up until the time I start, making sure I start in the right key, so I don't start up here and embarrass myself. But
You got the resume for it. You got Indianapolis 500. You've done the national anthem for a World Series. You've done NFL London and now SummerSlam. I know you're a huge Kakalaki fan, the University of South Carolina. And our guy Trick Williams, who just leads South Carolina through and through, is in action tonight, the United States champion. Does it make you proud?
Absolutely. The reason I'm retiring is I'm going to retire so I can be his manager. We can go get the WWE championship. That's what I'm talking
That's an embarrassment of riches to have Lil Yachty and Darius Rucker simultaneously manage. Boy!
Cross musical genres too. I love it. Darius, you're a massive WWE fan. Can you talk about the origin of your fandom?
Oh goodness, I've been a fan since I was a kid. I mean, it goes as far back as I remember being like a 5, 6-year-old kid and walking in the supermarket and reading that Bruno lost to Ivan Koloff.
Oh, wow.
And my favorite wrestling picture of all time is the second Dusty Superstar Billy Graham match where Shane's hanging over the rope with the bull rope. And that is my favorite picture of all time. So my fandom goes way back.
And you have one, I know you've had some crazy items over the years. Is there one particular wrestling item that you own that you're most proud of?
Oh yeah, I got a pretty good sports connection, but the one I'm most proud of that no one can touch is I have a Ric Flair robe.
Oh, wow.
That was more than a match. I spent a fortune for it, and it was worth every penny.
But you'll probably bump into Charlotte Flair backstage in just about an hour. She's in action tonight in the ladder match. Hey, let's go through, while we have Darius Rucker with us, let's go through SummerSlam memorable moments, Corey. Top 10 at number 10. Dirty Dom, Rhea Ripley. Women's World Championship on the line, but perhaps the ultimate betrayal.
That's better. Sorry about that, guys. I had frozen just for a moment. Sorry about that. the camera decided to play up. I'm so sorry.
But it's the stories, and you get behind somebody and you understand where the story is going, and the times when they get it right, it's the most satisfying thing in the world.
He's going to be singing the Star Spangled Banner to kick off night 2 of SummerSlam, and then I know you're going to be ready for Shane Beamer and Lenora Sellers.
Yes, we are. Absolutely, absolutely.
So we thank Darius Rucker for being with us. Good luck tonight. You're going to crush it inside. National Anthem will be sung by the ultimate music superstar, going all the way back to 1994 in his debut album. Hey, WWE Radio on Sirius XM, now live 24/7, audio home for WWE superstar hosts, talk, and play-by-play of the biggest events. Radio channel 156, only on Sirius XM. This is what it sounded last night with Vic Joseph and Booker T.
Right guys, I'm just going to take a quick step away. I just need to send us some news about that. I'll be right back.
Jimmy in the ring looking for 1D, but Jay didn't realize Jimmy just got wiped out by the Samoan spike from Solo Sikoa. Jay turned around, ran to the top rope, ramp side, turned around in the BFT. Really into the cover, to the bloodline, gets put down. Oh my God, it's Randy Orton. The Viper, he's back, and he just struck. RKO to Cody. RKO to Cody. The venom of the RKO is going through the veins of Rhodes.
I mean, it was absolutely amazing to be part of all that history last night. First time ever with all of you, everyone at home, in your car on Sirius XM, channel 156, and Book, I mean, that was night 1. Are you ready for night 2?
Oh yeah, baby! Are you ready? Are you ready for night 2? Oh, shucky ducky quack quack!
And you say it's all about the people, right?
Look here. This show, WWE Radio with Nick Joseph and Booker T, is all about the people. The people! The people!
Oh, he's already off the rails. I'm going to try to keep him well under control tonight because we're coming back with you night number 2 of SummerSlam on WWE Radio. But it's all going to continue here on the countdown to SummerSlam.
Guys crushed it. Audible available now on channel 156, and they will be calling the action of the United States Championship. Will it be end of days? Hitting Trick Williams. Baron Corbin has returned, and he is out for that championship. Plus, of course, Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins.
From him many times, and most times when I look over, I see my wrestling soulmate. I see somebody that I put confidence in. And then I see someone who also crossed me.
SummerSlam TakeOver. It has been so impressive. The Superstore, it's a massive facility there at the Minneapolis Convention Center. Superstore is open until 11 p.m. tonight. So get your merch right here at the Minneapolis Convention Center. We continue on with day 2 of SummerSlam.
Hey, what's up, everybody? We're the Super.
So guys, this is the Essential Wrestling News watch party for SummerSlam Night 2. So you guys know what to do. Leave us a like, leave us a subscribe. And if you like what you see, we are not stopping with live streams. We have TNA Lockdown, we have All in London coming up, we have AAA Mania, Worlds Collide, Survivor Series War Games, Money in the Bank. So we are going to be here breaking everything down with you guys, and I want you guys to make this live as big as you did last night, because last night's support was incredible, and so I thank you guys very, very much.
Super Troopers are here. They're giving out tickets.
They are literally here.
They're literally here. Oh, wow. Giving out tickets. Everyone's favorite troopers at SummerSlam. Every shenanigan has led to this. In theaters Friday, August 7th. You can get tickets now.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go.
August 7th. So, guys, I want to know your predictions for tonight because let's just break down the match card that is scheduled to take place tonight, shall we? So, just give me a minute, guys, and I will find the matches that I need. Give me a minute. So, we have the Roman Reigns. So, hold on, guys. Let me do something so you guys can actually see what I'm talking about as well. So, we are going to touch base on the Roman Reigns Seth freaking Rollins match. Now, there is a poll up at the moment, guys, asking who do you think Seth Rollins, will walk out as World Heavyweight Champion? A simple yes or a simple no. We then have the number one contenders match between Finn Balor and Sami Zayn. Now, I really do hope Finn Balor walks out as the number one contender. I really, really do. He deserves it. We then move into Dominic Mysterio taking on Danhausen. That's a weird match, that is. Tell you. We then have the United States Championship on the line. Trick Williams defending his title against Baron Corbin. Now, Baron Corbin returned a few months ago to WWE, so I would like to see him walk out as the new United States champ. We also have the interim women's championship match to replace Rhea Bloody Ripley. We know Rhea is injured at this present time. And then not forgetting the most important one of them all, Penta versus Chad Gable for the Intercontinental title. So, ladies and gentlemen, what are your guys' predictions? Let me know in the chat. And guys, I will be right back. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in.
For tickets starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Tickets go on sale for the general public this Tuesday at 10 a.m. Pacific via AXS.com. And for the mega fight, the welterweight championship of the world, the next night in Vegas, Garcia and Ben, tickets for T-Mobile Arena available at AXS.com already. So a huge Mexican Independence Day weekend in Vegas there. And it's a huge night for Trick Williams, as we have talked about. Perhaps the toughest test he has faced to this point, a U.S. Championship defense against Baron Corbin.
In case you ain't noticed, a new star has arrived, and his name is Trick Williams. This is the year of Trick Williams. He's going to whoop back. Let's talk about it.
For legends in the making, and that's what you will.
Championship was back in new. Look at that thing with the white fur.
If you want the United States champion, then you find Trick Williams.
Baron Corbin! Baron Corbin is back!
Trick, I am coming for it all.
Hey, look here, you big bald-headed bum. Prove to me that you ain't scared. Prove to me that you don't belong in retirement. Fight me at SummerSlam. Baron, you gonna come out here so I can trick slap you all the way to Minnesota.
At SummerSlam, it's gonna feel like you are in quicksand. It's gonna be suffocating. It won't be fun, and it will hurt. At SummerSlam, I'm taking that title, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Hey, Baron, on Sunday, won't be no title taking. Tell them what we gonna do.
Well, I'm standing by with the man himself, the United States champion, Trick Williams. Trick, a month ago, Baron Corbin wasn't even on the WWE roster, and now you're defending your United States championship against him tonight at SummerSlam. How wild is that to you?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I mean, it's pretty wild that that big, bald-headed Baron Corbin decided to wake up one morning and try, of all people, Trick Williams. The audacity to try Trick Williams. All these guys on the roster, and I'm the one you want to try, Baron? Let's see how that turns out for you tonight.
Well, in his time away from WWE, Baron Corbin became a world-renowned jiu-jitsu fighter. He's become more cutthroat than ever. How are you going to handle all that?
So he's still at the YMCA? He's still doing that boys league and everything like that. Look, man, this is a grown man's game. This is SummerSlam. I am the United States champion. You need to be worried about me. The one and only, the anointed one. Mr. What That, Mr. Lemon Pepper Stepper, Hollywood Trick, Trick at two-time Trick Willy Wonka. Let's talk about it.
Trick, good luck in your defense tonight. Got you guys on the panel.
By the way, I really appreciate Byron's shirt there, how it just blends into the background of most of the purple throughout the stadium. All right, Corey, let's dig a little deeper. I thought you had excellent analysis earlier when it comes to Trick Williams, Baron Corbin. This is a fascinating matchup.
I'm a massive fan of Trick Williams. Let me get that out of the way first. I've believed in him since NXT. I think Trick has an extremely bright future.
There's a big butt coming.
However,
Anyway, Baron Corbin is a former United States champion. Baron Corbin, prior to arriving in WWE, played in the NFL. He was a Golden Gloves boxing champion. As you just mentioned, he has won multiple gold medals in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu in his time away from WWE. Oh, by the way, it's not like he hasn't stepped in a ring. He's been competing around the globe in his time away from WWE. I assure you, Baron Corbin is razor sharp and ruthless. Corbin knows how to bend the rules. Corbin loves to break the rules when need be. Baron Corbin will do anything and everything in his power to take Trick Williams' United States title. Let's talk about that. Grown folk on the set. Please, continue on.
I think the main thing, if you're a fan of Trick Williams, you've got to be worried about is maybe the most underrated finishing move in WWE history. Which, to be honest, End of Days is about as crazy a thing as anyone does. And I know that you believe in Trick, and I do too, man. He's given us every reason to believe in him all along the way. But he has to avoid that because if he feels end of days, it could be good night championship.
He has to, but we don't see men his size that often go up for random days. So we'll see if Baron can even get a man that size. I think that Trick Williams, this is the largest man as far as his physical stature he has had to defend his U.S. championship against. I think that will be a bit of a test. Baron Corbin is someone who we've seen go away from WWE for a time, but he's also someone who has the experience of being in these main events. He's been in the ring with Seth many times. He's been given these big spots, so he's used to that. But I think Trick Williams is ascendant. I think it's his time. I think he's someone who is destined to do massive things here in WWE. And I think, look, I'm not sleeping on this hurdle that is Baron Corbin, but I think Trick Williams is built for this moment.
It was only a few weeks ago when Trick Williams was going about his business with Carmelo Hayes, and then a shocking return of Baron Corbin, and now this major obstacle he has to deal with here tonight, the United States Championship, from right here at US Bank Stadium. Want to remind you that LJN WWE Superstar action figures are back, and they're better than ever, bringing the unmistakable retro style fans know and love to an all-new lineup. It's Wave 5. It arrives at Target in early 2027, and it features Jey Uso, Brother Love, the Hall of Famer, the Iron Sheik, speaking of Minnesota connections, a special Ichiban Hulk Hogan figure. You can pre-order LJN WWE Superstars Wave 5 now at Target.com. And with that, a chance to say hello again to Jackie.
Well, Tess, there are certain high schools in this country that just breed excellence. Highland Park calls guys like Clayton Kershaw and Matthew Stafford their alumni. Poly Tech has graduates that include Tony Gwynn and WWE Hall of Famer Snoop Dogg. Junipero Serra gets to brag that legends like Tom Brady and Barry Bonds went there. Yeah, those guys went to the same high school. Fun fact. Well, right here in Minnesota is a high school that breeds wrestling excellence.
Great to see you.
We don't see each other enough.
Who is that guy? Oh my goodness. That's that guy there?
And haircut.
There's something you might remember.
Oh yeah.
Number 81.
Oh yeah. A football picture. I know. You're a good football player.
5 of us played high school football. Kurt Hanning, Rick Rude, John Nord, Nikita Koloff, and then Barry Darsow. But I don't ever recall, one time, even jokingly, us talking about, hey, let's all get into pro wrestling one day, I mean, for the majority, it was football.
Nikita Koloff's dream of playing football would turn into a Russian nightmare.
Probably the most handsome guy of them all.
That's him. That's the man.
Robinson Wrestling Crew.
Barry Darsow's handsome face would become unrecognizable as he transformed into Smash, one half of the Hall of Fame tag team, Demolition.
Any team that wants to try us, and we're gonna tear your heads off.
How about that guy right there?
Kurt looks like a little kid there.
He should have been a baby face.
No, he was a heel in the ring and out of the ring.
Yeah, and how about there is amateur wrestler. He was pretty good amateur wrestler.
Kurt had made the perfect transition, going from amateur to pro wrestling.
I am what I say I am. And I say I'm absolutely perfect.
So how about that guy right there?
Ravishing Rick. Well, I love him. Yeah, I grew up 3 blocks from him.
Rick and I would be in the ring and having a nose-to-nose stare down. People are like, dude, how'd you guys keep a straight face? Like, you don't just know each other, you know each other.
He just looks like trouble, doesn't he? And you know what? And Johnny would appreciate that. Johnny Nord. I love Johnny.
The berserker, I'm like, spot on.
Exactly. You go in the locker room, you're telling the stories from back in high school, and it was just like you were back in high school. Each one of us would help each other.
So when you get in the ring, you go against the perfect team.
Whatever was needed to happen to help them or help you, that's what we did. And I think that was Robbinsdale. Robbinsdale was such a competitive place. You wanted to be the best at what you did. Getting in the Hall of Fame just showed how hard you worked. And I think Robbinsdale was a big part of that.
Robbinsdale instilled in us friendship, loyalty, the camaraderie that would later translate into our professional wrestling careers.
We had what you want to call the perfect combination.
I value our friendship.
I the same way. I wish we could see each other more. Great to see you, brother.
Love you. Love you too, my friend. Appreciate you.
So not far away is Robbinsdale High School. Biggie, I mean, what are the odds that one local high school does that?
Now, this list is insane. To have this list of legends all come from one school, and I love that picture of the football team. How many of those guys all got to play ball together to many years later share a WWE ring? It's truly, truly special.
So that's Robbinsdale High School. I mean, they are the undisputed champion when it comes to producing pro wrestlers. As a New Yorker, may I offer you up Erasmus High School in Brooklyn, New York, that produced Barbra Streisand, Neil Diamond, chess legend Bobby Fischer, Al Davis, Clyde Davis, and Mae West.
That is a tough one to compete with. But I will throw out there Westinghouse, also in Brooklyn.
Yes.
Within a 3-year period, Biggie, Busta Rhymes, and Jay-Z.
That's pretty good.
That's
very pertinent to SummerSlam.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Brought that to our attention.
He brings up Barbra Streisand. You sing that.
Barbra Streisand not singing the national anthem tonight, but David Strucker is, right?
No, but it's...
Corey, do you want to comment on what we just saw?
You know, I mean, that's a who's who, a list. I mean, Hall of Famers went to the honor of meeting Greg Gagne yesterday, as a matter of fact. Smash, half of Demolition inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame
And we freaked out to see Rick Martel. Because even beyond Robbinsdale, it's not just the high school. The entire area, this AWA region, there were so many. I almost missed my gorilla walk because I was freaking out meeting Jim Bronzell and B. Brian Blair. There's just such a rich history here in Minneapolis.
It is shocking that you would be freaking out over something like that. I want to remind everybody that at 6 p.m. Eastern is when day 2 of the matches begin for SummerSlam. We're going to be with you right up until that point with this countdown to SummerSlam. We will head inside the US Bank Stadium, and then you want to be on the ESPN app. Of course, that is where you will see Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins.
As big as it gets, and in some ways, the end, if that's what this is, feels like a new beginning, because it does feel like there's something different on the other side of this.
The countdown to SummerSlam is brought to you in part by the end of Oak Street, only in theaters August 13th.
Flintstones, meet the Flintstones. They're a modern stunning family.
Oh,
Inside now!
sorry guys. So, what matches are you most looking forward to here on the SummerSlam Watch Party? Of course, let me know in the chat. But guys, I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
championship on the shoulder and give it a sense of this growing anticipation in this city for night 2 of SummerSlam. And the countdown to SummerSlam is presented by Cricket 5G. Join Cricket Wireless and get reliable nationwide 5G on the AT&T network. The visionary has arrived, Seth Rollins. He says the championship belongs to him. Remember, he never lost it in the ring, and tonight he gets the opportunity that he's chased for months. Another battle with his great rival for the World Heavyweight Championship. Dirty Dom is in Minnesota. He's been involved with some wild summer history with Danhausen, with a stipulation that's so bizarre. Human money's on a pole. We'll get you set for Dirty Dom and Danhausen. And I mean, listen to this reaction. Minneapolis loves their local star. Chad Gable has returned home, faces Penta for the Intercontinental Championship tonight. Also glad to be back home from Lake Pryor, Minnesota, is Tiffany Stratton. Great reception all week long. She's in a ladder match for the interim Women's World Championship. The epic T-Night SummerSlam begins.
Oh, this title wasn't going anywhere because I am the greatest Minnesota champion of all time.
It's away to kick off SummerSlam. Everybody talks.
Oh, we finished. Yeah. What happened tonight? Exactly what you could expect will happen. Every time over.
Bring out Cannon.
Tonight, I do want to talk about Randy Orton's return last night at night 1 of SummerSlam. I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. Do you think Randy Orton is the next one in line to either go after Cody or go after CM Punk? Who would you put Randy Orton against if you had your say? Let me know in the chat.
Prove to me that you ain't scared.
This is that second half energy.
Prove to me that you ain't
That fourth quarter, game on the line, who wants it more kind of energy?
You and me, we came into this company together. We made this place our own. You and me.
the culmination of a 14-year rivalry.
Fights like this don't happen often. So when they do, you leave everything out there.
David, one step closer to extreme. Give us our money.
Tonight, Jets. Welcome to SummerSlam Night 2. Time to finish.
You know, in just over a month, Justin Jefferson is going to be tearing up the NFL when the season begins. And he gets against the Packers right there at US Bank Stadium. But he's already a little bit of an early MVP for the energy here in the weekend we're having for SummerSlam. US Bank Stadium, remember, coming to you on the ESPN app, streaming at 6 p.m. Eastern. Joe Tessitore and the crew will be with you right up until that point, and it is another loaded card. So let's get you set for SummerSlam night number 2. Of course, look no further than what tops it. The World Heavyweight Championship. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. The intrigue of what is human bunnies on the pole with Danhausen and Dirty Dom. The 5 stars in the women's ladder match. Big E returned to you WWE champion in the next year. What intrigues you on this Sunday night?
I think this women's ladder match has an opportunity to actually steal the show. I think Minnesota's own Tiffany Stratton is going to do something really, truly spectacular. And there's a lot of well for Chelsea Green. Let's see if she can maybe it's all perceptions. I'm gonna go with the Intercontinental Championship match. We're in Minnesota, the home of Chad Gable. Chad Gable, who's been on a redemption tour since everything is past. It could be the completion of how Chad Gable's story. It's, to me, Minnesota's pretty excited about the Intercontinental Championship.
Probably will be match of the year when Chad Gable was there as El Grande Americano. Are we in store for that level of wow moments tonight? As much of a feel-good story as it could play out in front of us tonight, Penta is not going down without a fight. He has been a fighting champion since capturing the Intercontinental Gold, and I would not make the mistake of looking past Penta tonight. Peter, what are you excited about?
Listen, both matches, the latter match will be insane. I agree. The best wrestling match, bell to bell, we'll see tonight will be the Intercontinental Championship match, in my opinion. But I'm sorry, call me a sucker for it. I love the Shield saga that we've been watching for the last decade and a half, and I cannot wait for our main event between Seth Rollins and Roman.
Of course, we have much more to report on when it comes to getting set for that World Heavyweight Championship. So let's bring in our team of reporters. Big E mentioned the Women's Championship by way of a ladder match. That is where we start the conversation with Kathy Kelly.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joe. You can't see it right now, but I'm actually surrounded by ladders, and 5 women will attempt to ascend one of these ladders. The one who succeeds becomes the new interim women's champion. Now, let's take a walk through this because these look like crazy structures that they are going to have to navigate. Now, what I find fascinating is the range of experience between all of these women. You have former champions Charlotte Flair, Tiffany Stratton, Jade Cargill, and then 2 competitors looking to eye their first women's title reign, Chelsea Green and Lash Legend. Also worth noting, while most of the competitors have been in ladder matches before, this is Jade Cargill's first time competing under these stipulations. And while her athleticism is unquestioned, strength and speed are not the only determining factors in this kind of match. Remember, no pinfalls, no submissions, one woman ascending the ladder and becoming the interim WWE Women's Champion. Byron?
Thank you very much, Kathy. The Intercontinental Championship match between Penta and Chad Gable is interesting on so many levels. Like, think about this. Penta made his debut in WWE, defeating Chad Gable. That led to Chad Gable rediscovering who he is as a superstar, as a man. And now he's earned himself a chance to win his first singles title here in WWE in front of his friends, his family, his hometown. It feels perfect, right? Except for one minor detail. He has to overcome a certain fearless luchador that he's never defeated before. Jackie?
Well, Byron, Roman Reigns has built one of the greatest resumes in WWE history, but if he has one blind spot, it is Seth Rollins. Listen, some opponents challenge your ability. Others, they challenge your identity. For Roman, Seth does both of those things, whether it's the Royal Rumble DQ in 2022 or choosing revenge over victory at WrestleMania 40. Seth has repeatedly pushed Roman to make emotional decisions over strategic ones. It's the very reason Roman himself says he needs this victory tonight. So Tess, while this is about the World Heavyweight Championship and defending it, it's also about Roman proving that he can beat the one guy who's always been able to get in his head when it counts. And I'll end with this. I think Seth is the one person in WWE that makes Roman question who he is. And he knows it.
Jackie, we've talked about that a lot this afternoon. This panel couldn't agree more. And you look at the matchup of Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins, a combined 13 world championships, and tonight the World Heavyweight Championship is on the line. Let's dig in deeper to Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. Corey, you're there every week on Monday Night Raw, and I have found it very interesting to listen to some of these tense moments face to face. And I want to bring up what I most recently heard, and that is Rollins crossing that line into discussing the family of Roman Reigns, of WrestleMania 31, when there was that sight of the family crying with the result that night.
Seth Rollins understands this assignment better than arguably any other WWE superstar we've seen. Seth Rollins has, in effect, owned Roman Reigns for the majority of their careers, at least individually speaking. Seth realized the pressure is on. It's SummerSlam. It's a massive event on a global scale. He's going one-on-one with the OTC, the face of WWE.
Seth Rollins has spent his career since arriving in WWE attempting to become the face of WWE. This isn't much about validation for Seth freaking Rollins tonight as it is the World Heavyweight Championship. And Seth understands that he's played mind games with Roman very successfully over the years. But you've got to turn it up a few notches. You've got to bring something different. Try to get under the Tribal Chief's skin, which is no easy task.
You know, I've really enjoyed both sit-downs from Roman and Seth. I think the Roman sit-down was so telling. I listened to every single word. I didn't hear a single lie. The idea that this man was given something, given some opportunity, things were handed. Sure, the door was open to him because of his background and his family. We saw him work when he came into FCW in 2010. He worked just as everyone else did. Nothing was handed to Roman Reigns. Sure, maybe the opportunity to be the guy, that door was open for him, but boy, did he have to earn it. And he was a guy who was getting booed out of the building week after week for a long time until he proved that he was truly undeniable. This is a Roman Reigns who has not been gifted these opportunities. He has worked for them. And I know he's in the enviable position that so many of us in the locker room, that we all want that spot. You can talk about his part-time schedule all you want. That's where you want to be. You want to make that money. You want to be on those billboards he's at. But Roman Reigns is someone who has worked for everything he's gotten, and he has not stopped working.
And I would remind Seth and everybody, I think people forget this in the story of the Shield. Before Roman was kind of given everything, as people say, don't forget, the people chose Roman Reigns first. That is the thing people forget, because the order was the crowd loved Roman. Roman started taking off. Then there was that blowback afterwards. We always will think of the Royal Rumble moment in Philadelphia with The Rock. And he fought through all of those things. The thing that I came out of that promo on Monday thinking about was what bothered Roman more, if anything. Was it the personal family talk?
What I brought up.
Which you brought up earlier. Or was it when Seth said, you know that I'm better at the one thing you'll never be better than me at, professional wrestling? I wonder if that stuck with him more.
Rollins is a master technician. You know, I would agree with that assessment on a surface level. Roman Reigns is the complete package of what you want a WWE superstar to be. Rollins has all the tools. Rollins just hasn't been put in the same position. He's got a Hall of Fame career already. No doubt about that. No one's taking anything away from Seth. But that's what this is about at the end of the day. Who is the guy? There can only be one. Right now, it's Roman Reigns. After tonight, it could be Seth Rollins. And listen, we're at the top of the hour here. A reminder, one more hour on this countdown to SummerSlam right here on ESPN. And then we want you to go over to see it streaming on the ESPN at 6 o'clock. But as the anticipation grows, we've been around a lot of these at all levels of these stadium-type events. You can start to feel it in the air, especially when it's this level of star power with so much on the line. And trust me, the buzz has gotten to that point, and the crescendo is going to take this group inside to continue on with the countdown to SummerSlam. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. We are turning the corner, and right now, we turn to the man who has the privilege and honor of calling it, Michael Cole.
Thanks a lot, Joe. As you guys make your way inside, I want to remind everyone that the World Heavyweight Championship match between Roman and Seth will be the main event on SummerSlam Sunday. One thing I think that gets lost in this whole dissolution of the Shield story is the fact that after the group broke up, Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins would go on to become the two biggest stars and the leaders of the current era we are in WWE right now. So I don't want people to lose track of that point. You know, Seth Rollins has had a lot to say about his success against Roman Reigns. Here's the second part of the sit-down interview with Seth Rollins and Jackie Redmond.
Despite the fact that Roman has been able to beat Hall of Famers, future Hall of Famers, can't beat you.
Not when it matters. No.
What does that mean?
It's a nice feather in my cap. Yeah, it's really nice. It's a
I
good.
can tell you, I don't know if I've ever seen you smile
It's
this
a good
big.
feeling. It's a good feeling. Roman might be really good at a lot of other things, like really, really good, better than me at a lot of different things, for sure. Like I said, he is the guy that you can send to all those parties, that you want to stand in the center of the ring, that you want to put in the main events of WrestleMania. But when push comes to shove, like the bell rings, and there's one thing that Roman Reigns will never, ever, ever, ever be better than me at, and that's professional wrestling. I'm the best. I taught him everything he knows, and I'm the best at it. Not just now, but of all time. And there's no chance that that's ever going to change between me and him. You know, it's just not. So when the bell rings, I will find a way. Just like I always do, I will find a way to beat Roman Reigns.
Do you feel that this match could alter the future of WWE in some way?
I think we won't know what the butterfly effect is until we sit down in 12 years and look back on it the way we're looking back on that chair shot and the way we look back on the Shield. It feels to me like this is as big as it gets, and in some ways, the end, if that's what this is, feels like a new beginning, because it does feel like there's something different on the other side of this. For me, for him, and I don't know what that is, but there's something in the air, and it does feel a lot different this time.
So then I'll ask you this. What are the stakes for you personally going into this match? What does a win, another win, mean for Seth Rollins?
Well, first of all, it means that I can get back the title that I didn't lose. And I think to be able to beat Roman again and have his number, I think it's kind of a feather in the cap for all the hard workers out there. You know, for the people that don't get to start on third base, for people that don't get the silver spoons, you know, it's proof that with hard work and like just hustling, like it still matters, you know? Yeah, it still matters for some people. It's not just about who you are or who your daddy is or who your cousin is. You know, you get out there and you put in the work and you do the right things and you hustle and you keep grinding. Like there are good things on the other side of that. So I would have to figure out who I am on the other side of this if I can't get that W.
What's interesting about this is both Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, despite the fact they've been so successful since they started in WWE, is they both need to find themselves tonight. Has Roman Reigns moved past the emotion and the betrayal of Seth Rollins from 12 years ago? Is Seth Rollins ready to step up at that A level that Roman Reigns says he will never get to? We're going to find that out tonight in our main event for the World Heavyweight Championship. Well, there's plenty more to come on the SummerSlam Countdown Show. Joe Test, Peter Rosenberg, Corey Graves, and Big E making their way inside US Bank Stadium. They got a lot to discuss over the next 45 minutes before we get underway. And also tonight is a homecoming. Minneapolis, Minnesota's own Chad Gable with an opportunity to win the very first singles match in his entire career in front of his family and his friends. Chad Gable returns home tonight. Don't try dying enough times. 8 lives, I used all those. I'm on 9. What's up here? We all really stuck here. Is there anybody else who doesn't give a care? Mickey Mouse kids go rock stars. Even high school trying to be outlaws. And the old heads always trying to kill the vibe. But rock's not there on the side.
53 minutes away, guys, before SummerSlam takes place.
Leading up.
So, with 53 minutes away, I want to know your guys' predictions. Let me know in the chat, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
showtime when the countdown crew starts making their very fun-looking arrival into the stadium, a la go-karts, and Chad Gable also here. Huge night for him as he gets ready to perform on Home Turf with a chance to win his first singles title in WWE.
I chased success and championships until I had nothing left.
For myself, for my career, and for my family, I swear to God, I'm winning that championship.
No friends, no respect, no dignity.
Gable snapped.
I burned it all down thinking gold would fill the hole. And it never did.
From now on, we're going to focus on Gable.
An out-of-control narcissist. Oh no, Dragon Lee's back!
Sometimes losing everything reminds you of what really matters.
Mi nombre es Chad Gable.
So I dug my way down, the old school way, owning my mistakes, making amends with the people I hurt and with myself. And it set me free. Free to endure life's gauntlet and press on toward a championship without needing it for validation. Because saying I need that title, that's just something people say when they don't really know why. But now, I know why. I was born here, raised here, forged here. I'm not walking into that ring as a guy who lost himself chasing a championship. I'm walking in as the guy who found himself again, ready to represent my family, my friends, myself, and this state. The same way I did at the Olympic Games, with pride, with honor, and integrity. I'm taking that Intercontinental title, and I'm doing it as the man I was always supposed to be. Minnesota, I'm coming home.
Well, I think it's safe to say this row right here could be an emotional one when Chad Gable takes on Penta for the Intercontinental Championship tonight. I talked to him this morning. He told me he has over 20 people coming tonight. Friends, family, extended family, high school buddies. They're going to be scattered throughout the stadium. But when he is inside that ring right there, the people most important to him will be seated right here in the front row, just feet away, as he attempts to do something he's never done in WWE, and that is win a singles championship. If he does it, he gets to do it at a place that he calls home. I mean, I can't imagine writing a better story, but that's what's on the line tonight for Chad Gable. I think I'll be emotional, Tess, if Chad Gable pulls this off. I can't imagine how his family will feel.
I know, Jackie, as we are just about 40 yards away from you now, as we've made our way inside. This is magnificent setting for night 2 of SummerSlam. Glad you're with us from our indoor set, where we'll spend the rest of the evening throughout the matches before we head back outside to what will be a massive crowd at the East Plaza for our SummerSlam post-show. Let's dig deeper into the conversation on Chad Gable, stressing the word here, where he was raised here, where he was forged here, where he had his accolades here. However, you've been with him for the past year where it wasn't about here, it was about someplace very different, and it's been a unique journey to arrive back here.
It seems as though the stars have finally aligned. Everything seems to be looking in Chad Gable's favor after this redemption tour that he has sort of been on, trying to make amends after disrespecting Lucha Libre as a culture and a heritage. And Gable's doing his best to make sure that the world knows that he's sorry. What better way to put all that in the rearview mirror than by capturing his first singles championship in his own hometown, in front of his friends and family? With all that said, we're talking about Penta, who has been a fighting, dominant Intercontinental champion. Penta's a superstar who has gone on the record and said, I wake up in the morning hoping for the heat of battle. It makes me feel alive. That's what Penta wants to be remembered as a fighting champion. Chad Gable, sure, this could be a great feel-good story, a perfect ending to the romance novel. Unfortunately, Penta has other plans.
No, absolutely. Let's not dismiss Penta But look, I think about Chad Gable. When I think of his career, I think of the word Odyssey. With Nolan in the movie in theaters right now. But he has had quite the Odyssey. Look, we're plugging the movie. It's a great movie. Look, Chad Gable is someone he went through being Shorty G. He went through different tag team iterations. He has been someone who has been immensely talented for quite a long time. But there's always been these setbacks in his career. It feels like now it's finally he has the goodwill of the people. He has this incredible run in AAA. It feels like the moment in your hometown. He has to get it done here. I believe this was also the site of where he topped out in front of his family. So to be able to rewrite that chapter, to get it done here in Minneapolis, it feels like the time is now. But he is standing across the ring from one of the best there is in the world in Penta.
And I don't think we can overstate the plus. Again, this is Penta. I feel like we're all sort of making the same mistake of making this a foregone conclusion. This is Penta, for God's sake, one of the most popular stars on the roster, one of the most talented luchadors in the universe. Penta's going to go down it isn't going to go down without a fight tonight. Already mentioned the fact that, of course, for Chad Gable, this would be his first major singles championship win. Thinking you were once in that position where you get to that first one. There's unique pressure leading up to that.
And it's hard to believe with a guy who has been so stellar in the ring for so long that this is going to be his first. We'll see if he can actually win it, but if he does, this will be his first singles championship in WWE. Getting over that hump. Sometimes it's not even about your ability, it's mental. Sometimes it's just knowing I can do this on my own. I am ready to be of that ilk of some of the best guys in this industry as a singles competitor. He's there, he just finally needs to get that crown.
Now, on the other side of this is the idea of Penta here at a premium live event. Because anytime you get this size and scope, you know you're going to get an unbelievable ring entrance and all the drama that comes along with it. For more on Penta, let's check in with Peter.
Yeah, guys, I spoke with Penta earlier today. He is aware of everything you're talking about. He is very well aware of the emotional Chad Gable redemption story, the run in AAA, being in his hometown in Minneapolis in front of his family. And Penta has immense respect for it, he told me. But the bottom line is, the respect is there, the love and passion, the fact that these guys will tear down the house, it's all there. But Penta, more than anything, cares about leaving SummerSlam with that Intercontinental Championship. So while he appreciates the Chad Gable story, he is not going to be a losing character in that story. Back to you.
You were with us earlier when we mentioned this, and then we can have the Penta other half of this match discussion. For most of us that are in this business day in and day out, when you see Penta and Chad Gable, an IC title, and a stadium PLE, you just get the feeling it could be the show stealer. Historically speaking, SummerSlam has been home to some of the greatest Intercontinental Championship matches in history. 1992, Wembley Stadium, the British Bulldog and Bret the Hitman Hart. When's on last, mind you? By the way, you like your excitement popping like crazy over that? There's like a nose ball. The thing, Mr. Perfect and Bret Hart, there seems to be a conflict with the Hitman involved. But this is the wrestler's title. The Workhorse Championship, as it's so often referred to. It's sort of respected in a different way by the fans and by the locker room than the Roman Reigns Championship or the CM Punk Championship. Yes, everyone wants to be at the top. To be the Intercontinental Champion, and you can speak to this, it carries a different type of respect.
No, there's definitely some pressure. It's like early in your game. When you have that title, when you're vying for that title, you want to be mentioned amongst those names, some of the best technicians to ever grace our sport. So I think there's a lot of pressure there. And also, let's not forget, a lot of the discourse is rightfully centered around Chad Gable. I believe that Penta was not a part of SummerSlam last year. This is also a very big stage for him, a very big opportunity to demonstrate that he is one of the best wrestlers in the world.
And Joe, you mentioned the likelihood of a fantastic, spectacular Penta entrance. It's what happens when the bell rings that matters most. And this is Penta. The story hasn't been told quite as frequently as Chad Gable's journey, especially recently. But Penta is a true rags to riches story. This young man and his brother were living on the streets in Mexico. Had it not been for Lucha Libre, they may still be there. But Penta has taken his platform and it's given his family a better life. It's given everything in his life an upgrade. That means the world to Penta. And if you think that he's going to come out here in Minnesota and give anything less than the best performance Penta can possibly come up with, you'd be mistaken. That is the Intercontinental Championship, one of the 5 matches that then leads the way to the World Heavyweight Championship. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins, all the years, spanning the years of the rivalry, and tonight they go on into SummerSlam Sunday night.
Two of my least favorite people against me. Imps in a match. I can go for it. Step in.
Welcoming guys, that you know, the famous actor, also the last year ago, but you are great Stadium makes it a great atmosphere as we are under 40 minutes to go here on ESPN, the countdown to SummerSlam leading to that World Heavyweight Championship. That'll be streaming on the ESPN app.
I've learned a lot from them. I wouldn't change any of the history. I wouldn't change how we started and where we came from. But at the end of the day, this is the fork in the road here. This is where we close the chapter.
And then it's one of the craziest stipulations we've ever heard of. Yes, tonight, folks, Danhausen versus Dirty Dom in a huge monies on a pole match. We will discuss that as we continue on the countdown to SummerSlam.
I'll be right back, guys. Right back. In fact, no, I won't. So guys, I want to hear from you guys on who do you think will walk out as World Heavyweight Champion. Do you believe it will be the OTC Roman Reigns, or do you believe it will be the visionary Seth freaking Rollins? Of course, you guys know what I want to hear. I want to hear your predictions in the chat throughout the night. We are going to be here breaking down everything that goes on. Plus, we have some mega live streams coming your way. We will be live for TNA Lockdown, all in London, AEW. I cannot wait for the Will Ospreay Kenny Omega match. Plus, we have Triple Mania Worlds Collide, and then Survivor Series War Games. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know in the chat what you are most looking forward to, and I will be right back.
with the statement made, Obafemi is the now, is the future. This was Oba on our post show.
He's a human being. He's a man. He's a father. He's an athlete. He has feelings as well. So to Brock, I wish you all the best, man. I really do. Go hunting. Do what you do. Go be a father. Go be a human being. You've earned this in the ring, in the cage, everything you've done. You're the best. You're one of the greatest minds of professional wrestling. And I hope when all this is said and done, everybody knows that.
This is the today, this is the now, this is the future, and I'm the past. That's a pretty bold statement. Brock doesn't just say things, but you know as well as I do, Brock does what Brock wants to do. So I would take what he said at face value and let's see. But the one thing I do know, you heard him say it, Obafemi is the future.
It was a very, very generous moment last night by Brock Lesnar. That symbolic passing of the torch to bring Obafemi to him, to raise his hand, to embrace him. That's a huge deal in this business story. We haven't had a quote-unquote next big thing since Brock arrived on the scene. We've seen people that were gifted that sort of moniker, given those sort of expectations. Oh, this is going to be the next guy. This is going to be the guy to carry us into the future. For Obafemi to show up and conquer Brock Lesnar, and then have the showing of respect before the entire world, in no uncertain terms, was a crowning moment for Oba. Not King of the Ring crown, crowning within the annals of this industry. That is the man who took the torch from Brock Lesnar, and he will forever have that distinction. Brock does what Brock wants to do. But in your expert opinion, where does this leave Brock Lesnar?
You know, there's a lot of speculation. Being back in Minnesota, we saw him retire and very quickly unretire. I think a lot of us thought that he might officially lay down the gloves once again here in Minnesota. I don't know what's next for Brock Lesnar. He's someone who I think can always very quickly, if he wants to, get back into the world title picture. That might be an opportunity. I don't know if he takes some time to go away and retool. I'm really not sure what's next for Brock Lesnar. If this is a true passing of the torch moment, and he is no more, I think his service, his act, and those three matches with Oba, if you talk about star-making performances, a star-making feud, this was it. So if this is indeed goodbye, what a goodbye.
Correct. Thank you. Definitely a Hall of Fame resume already for the Beast incarnate. But then again, this is pro wrestling. Retirements tend to not adhere.
They don't mean a whole lot. They don't mean much. We might be the only exception.
And that resume has been thick and dumped through the years. Obviously, everything he's accomplished in all the combat sports. But really, you talk about being the king of SummerSlam. This is Brock Lesnar through the years at SummerSlam, the accolades.
I mean, 10 SummerSlam, not 10 SummerSlams, 10 SummerSlam main events, the most in WWE history, really just speaks to his legacy.
Should we talk about the main event tonight as we wrap up this incredible look at the accolades of Brock Lesnar? Because when it comes to main eventing the biggest PLEs, look no further than the OTC, Roman Reigns. And tonight, that is the direction that our conversation will go in tonight. The World Heavyweight Championship is Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. More of our sit-down interview with Roman Reigns.
When you're in the ring and you look at Seth Rollins, who do you see? Do you see a former friend, an ally, your brother? Or do you see something different?
I stood across the ring from him many times, and I don't know how exactly I'm going to feel the night of SummerSlam, but most times when I look over, I see my wrestling soulmate. I see someone who I came up with from the very beginning. I see someone that I confided in. I see somebody that I put confidence in. And then I see someone who also crossed me. I've learned a lot from him. I wouldn't change any of the history. I wouldn't change how we started and where we came from. But at the end of the day, This is the fork in the road here. This is where we close the chapter. If Seth freaking Rollins can't hang with me, if he can't stop me, if he can't outthink me, he can't outmove me, nobody's got a chance, man. Victory laps around everybody. I sat under the learning tree of the wise man for 4 years straight. There's not a bigger shark in this water than me.
With all that said, I'd like to end the interview with this. You call this perhaps the final chapter in this legendary rivalry between you and Seth. What would happen if you can't get the job done at SummerSlam?
I'll tear this place apart. We'll tear this place apart. He already took one thing from me when I wasn't ready. He won't do it again.
There's a certain look that Roman Reigns gives when there's disdain to what's even being asked or said in his presence. The mere thought of not getting the job done qualifies for that. Talk about an ominous warning from TC. He said, "I'll tear this place apart," and then corrected himself, saying, "We will tear this place apart." We've lived this movie before. When the bloodline runs roughshod over everybody, nobody is safe. That is to be cause for concern for the entire locker room, not just Seth Rollins tonight.
But yesterday, we already saw the bloodline lose its first big match since being reformed. If Roman loses tonight, I don't know what the future of the bloodline is. I don't know what
Are there cracks? Are there cracks in the foundation?
Oh, massive fissures in the foundation. If Roman loses tonight, retool the whole thing, blow it all up and start from scratch. Roman has to get over this Seth hurdle. Once he does that, it feels like Thanos hitting the last. It feels like it. That's the last piece for the legacy. That's the hump he needs to get over.
Let's talk about perhaps the most unique, bizarre match that we will see tonight on the ESPN app. And of course, that would include Danhausen and this man, Dirty Dom Mysterio. Dom has been trying to chase down Danhausen for money spent on a curse that never happened. So now Danhausen put forth. What is that? Is that warming up? Is that how he's warming up for a SummerSlam match? Is this really happening? It's going to be human monies on a pole. Did he just strain himself trying to warm up for a match?
Critically acclaimed.
So guys, welcome to the SummerSlam watch party. The show begins at 11 PM UK time. I will not be streaming it on here. You must find your own ways of watching, but please come in, say hi, let me know you are there and support the channel. You know, and a massive shout out goes to everybody that said hi to me in the chat last night as well. You know, but guys, if you want to follow the Essential Wrestling News community, you can do over on Facebook. Just search up Essential Wrestling News. We also have now expanded to the Twitter or X or whatever it may be called. Please, it's in the chat, just look it up and give us a follow over there. And plus guys, we want to say a massive thank you to you guys as well, because without you guys, the EWM family would not exist.
No, but I want to get it.
There will be a bag, presumably, of human monies, which is currency utilized by humans.
By Danhausen or us?
We are.
So Danhausen monies that are being sold as merch.
Right. This is stick with me here.
I'm sticking with you.
It will be suspended precariously, high above the top turnbuckle on a pole. Hence the name of the matchup.
and the combatants will try to gain the upper hand over one another to ascend the aforementioned pole and retrieve the aforementioned bag of what kind of monies, Joe? Human monies. That's it. Now, earlier today on our show, on the countdown, we were outside and the Littlehausen's were out there serving up. Don't even. But the Littlehausen's were out there. Is anything goes there? Littlehausen's involved here?
I would expect anything goes. I would expect big housings, little housings, all kinds of housings. We're going to have a lot of fun discussing and talking about this match. But let's talk about the Dominic Mysterio side of things. Thank you. A year ago, WrestleMania 41, Dominic Mysterio wins a fatal four-way to become Intercontinental Champion. He comes on the poster with us. It truly felt like a rock star was a true star-making performance. I will say his 2026 has paled in comparison to 2025. He is someone who truly cannot lose this match. We pegged Dominic Mysterio as a future world, a lot of it,
not in AAA
world champion. Sure, but we want to see that on the main roster. We want to see those opportunities here, whether it's Raw or SmackDown. And I think if he does not get over this Danhausen hump, his ceiling starts to look very different from what a lot of us thought he would be a year ago.
We are talking about El Rey de los Luchadores.
Oh, yeah.
The dirtiest of the dirty, the AAA Mega Champion, who's preparing to defend his gold at Triple Mania against El Grande Americano. Trust me, Dirty Dom hasn't lost a step. He's just been sidetracked by the fact that he was robbed of $100,000. Now, interestingly enough, we bring up AAA. The Cruiserweight title was on the line at SmackDown. Danhausen came out, distracted Dirty Dom, which caused Rey Fenix to have an opportunity against JD. The Littlehausens were on the attack again with Dirty Dom on Friday night. This city has been polluted with Minneapolis for the past 4 or 5 days. It seems like every time I walk out the door, there's the Danhausen ice cream truck. That's populated by what? Minneapolis. I'm pretty sure there's a few hiding under the stairs over there. I'm gonna go check this out.
So I'll test it with the Minneapolis.
Yeah, please be careful with them, please. We're going to continue on here with our countdown to SummerSlam as Corey's off to try to look for Littlehausen's here. The start game, of course, is going to be in full effect as we continue to work our way towards the World Heavyweight Championship. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. That'll be the headliner tonight from Minneapolis. Number 1 contenders match will be coming your way as well. What an opportunity for Finn Balor, who won a fatal four-way back on July 24th to earn this shot against Sami Zayn. The winner gets CM Punk.
The ESPN Unlimited plan, it is now included with select YouTube.
Guys, I will be right back.
WrestleMania 31 got cashed in on your ass and sent your whole family home in tears.
I will be logging over to Netflix very soon, guys.
Seth Rollins beats Roman Reigns every single time. I owe you.
Seth Rollins is the tribal chief's #1 hater. What if you do beat me at SummerSlam? You're gonna carry it for a couple months and get hurt again? Some people just can't handle the pressure and the burden of being the top guy around here.
I'm the only real superstar that WWE has.
Who's on your Mount Rushmore? This man is his own mountain.
Acknowledge me. After all these years, he still needs a Money in the Bank briefcase to become champion. You're #2, always gonna be #2. I'm #1, always gonna be #1. And just acknowledge it, bitch. I need to beat you.
My brother, I will always love you.
Little brother, I hate you. At SummerSlam, I'll show you what #1 looks like.
You will never be able to escape the ghost of Seth Rollins.
Well, I think we can all agree that Roman Reigns has built a bigger legacy. That's undeniable. But Seth Rollins has something nobody else can claim. When it counts, Seth's right. He owns Roman. The stats don't lie. And it was his decision in 2012 that set Roman on the path to becoming the tribal chief. You simply cannot talk about Roman's legacy without talking about Seth Rollins. And every time they meet, it feels like Seth is determined to remind Roman and everyone else of that fact that while Roman might own the resume, it's Seth that kind of owns this rivalry, and he's trying to preserve the one piece of their history that has always belonged to him. It's the one thing he can hold over Roman's head. But Byron, if Seth loses tonight, he can never get that back.
Absolutely not, Jackie. And for Roman Reigns, he's entering a very rarefied experience here tonight. Because normally, all the pressure is on the challenger, right? The challenger has to beat the champion, not vice versa. But by Roman's own admission, he needs to beat Seth Rollins. So tonight, it feels less like Roman Reigns is entering this match as World Heavyweight Champion, and more as a competitor who is desperate to remove a boulder-sized chip from his shoulder. And that chip is Seth Rollins. Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Byron. I want to remind everybody we're 10 minutes away, so 10 minutes left here on this countdown to SummerSlam right here on ESPN. Then we invite you to go over and watch it streaming on the ESPN app. And the good news this week is that YouTube subscribers now eligible for ESPN Unlimited, so you're welcome to sit there on the ESPN app and watch SummerSlam. The matches begin in just 10 minutes. But let's focus on the big one, the World Heavyweight Championship. Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins, and I will start with a former WWE champion in Big E. Roman Reigns wins this match
If he forgets about the betrayal, if he forgets about their history, remember who you are. Remember that you are bigger, you are faster, you are stronger. We talked a lot about who Seth Rollins is in that squared circle, in that ring. Roman Reigns is no slouch and never has been. He has all the ingredients he needs in the ring. Remember who you are.
The great Michael Cole getting his ring introduction as he is set to once again be the voice of SummerSlam in under 10 minutes again, streaming on the ESPN app. Nobody knows Seth Rollins better than Corey Graves. Seth Rollins wins the heavyweight championship
If in fact Seth Rollins is as deep in
Guys, we are now 6 minutes away from SummerSlam. So, I'm going to advise you now, guys, to go, get your snacks, get what you need for the night, and be prepared, because I think night 2 of SummerSlam could be the biggest yet. And very quickly, I will show you the match card for tonight. So we are starting off with the World Heavyweight Championship match between Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins. We then move into the interim women's ladder match to crown an interim women's champion. We then have Baron Corbin versus Trick Williams for the United States title. We then move into Chad Gable taking on Penta for the IC title. I really hope Chad Gable does it, but I also want Penta to win as well. We then had the Money on the Pole match between Danhausen and Dirty Dominic Mysterio. And lastly, we had the number 1 contenders match between Finn Balor and Sami Zayn. So guys, we are just under 3 minutes away from SummerSlam, so come on in. Welcome to the SummerSlam watch party. You guys know what to do right now. You know I do not stream it on here, but you are more than welcome to stay in the chat, comment on what you hear, or even if you're watching it, don't watch SummerSlam alone. Come and be a part of the Essential Wrestling News family, and let's enjoy SummerSlam together. So guys, I'm just going to take a quick minute and then I will be right back. We are 1 minute 10 seconds away from SummerSlam, guys. Night 2. So come on in. grab your snack and let's see what the night has to offer. "35 seconds away, guys." The live event is about to start. Here we go. Last call to go and get your snack.
This is Minneapolis, Minnesota, and the US Bank Stadium, home of the NFL's Vikings. And tonight, home to night 2 of an epic weekend of SummerSlam. And tonight's superstar rivals are presented by Wingstop. Very nice, very evil. Danhausen is here to take on this man. Dirty Dominic Mysterio and a human mummies on a pole match. The Queen Charlotte Flair, seeking her 15th world title, battles in a ladder match for the interim WWE Women's Championship. The Storm has taken over Minnesota. Jade Cargill seeking the interim title. Will tonight finally be the night for Chelsea Green? Can she climb the ladder to retrieve the championship? And Minnesota's own, the U.S. champion, Tiffany Stratton, hopes to become a double champion tonight, with it being Tiffany 2 times here at SummerSlam. Last Legend and her husband, Trick Williams, lash in the ladder match. Trick defends his U.S. title against the man on the right, the attorney, Baron Corbin. The Visionary, Seth freaking Rollins, wants the world title back. The championship he never lost. He has to take it from this man, the world champion in Reigns. The OTC is here. Reigns rolling to the main event tonight at SummerSlam Sunday. The epic 2-night SummerSlam begins.
I told you this title wasn't going anywhere because I am the greatest women's world champion of all time.
That is the way to kick off SummerSlam. Oh my goodness, he beats the bloodline.
Everybody talks, but we finish. Yeah, what happened tonight? Exactly what you can expect will happen. Terry Taylor over.
The real Bellas are back. Give me my payment is printed in blue. I'm going to bring up the pain in this blue. Oh my God! Radio RKO! The two juggernauts collided. Lesnar ripping the canvas apart.
This is the past. This is the future. The ruler conquered the beast.
Yo, that first half was wow. But if you know the game, you know this is where everything changes.
Interim Women's Championship ladder match.
Sami Zayn, Finn Balor, #1 contenders match.
Prove to me that you ain't scared.
This is that second half energy.
Prove to me that you ain't a bitch.
That fourth quarter, game on the line, who wants it more kind of energy?
You and me, we came into this company together.
We made this place our own. You and me.
The culmination of a 14-year rivalry.
Nights like this don't happen often. So when they do, you leave everything out there.
Gamble, one step closer to his dream. Give us our money.
And tonight, Jets is in the building. Welcome to SummerSlam Night 2. Time to finish it.
Introducing first, from Bray to the Wicklow Iron Man, weighing in at 190 pounds, Finn Balor!
10 years ago, at SummerSlam, Finn Balor would win the inaugural Universal Championship. But he was injured in that match. He was forced to relinquish the title one fight later. And now Balor seeks an opportunity at his first world title in a decade.
And his opponent, from Montreal, Quebec, Canada, weighing in at 212 pounds, Sami Zayn!
When we talk about Finn Balor hoping to win his first championship in a decade, Sami Zayn looking for an opportunity to regain the WWE Championship he lost back in July. Tonight, he was one-on-one Balor, #1 contenders match. If he wins the thing, can he just shut up already with all the complaints and excuses?
Michael Cole immediately castigated poor Sami Zayn, who has been a victim of numerous conspiracies against him. Let's not forget there are not enough good guys in this business. In fact, there is only one, the last good guy left, Sami Zayn, who held that championship for less time than it takes a bottle of milk to go sour. Well, things are about to get put right tonight when Sami Zayn secures the #1 contendership for the title. He should never have lost.
Just hold on 1 second, please. Sorry to interrupt, but as you may have heard, I have been reinstated as SmackDown GM. And in an effort to call things down the middle and do what's best for business, I've made the executive decision to add a participant to this matchup.
What?
How is that bloody fair? Seriously.
Oh my word.
What you're saying, finally, Albert, you did something for me.
Hold on a second. Sami Zayn has only asked for his first shot. He was supposed to be a one-on-one match of the number one contendership against Finn Balor, and once again, this management has screwed over Sami Zayn.
Sami Zayn is throwing a fit in the ring, but you can't believe it. What about Finn Balor? Finn Balor was expecting a one-on-one match here tonight, too. Finn Balor has just as much of a right to be upset about this decision.
This is absolute lunacy. Look, I love Goldberg to death. He's absolutely the killer who should be competing in this role. However, this is simply unfair on Sami Zayn, and yes, I grant you, Finn Balor too.
So this is a triple threat match. Just one more thing. I didn't say I was only adding one more participant to this match. See, I made a second executive decision, and that was to make this a fatal four-way match for the number one contendership, which means we need one more participant.
Kevin freaking Owens! Freaking hell! Kevin Owens, we haven't seen him in ages!
What the hell, Cole?
Wow!
Kevin Owens! I thought he had a broken neck! I thought his career was in jeopardy!
Obviously, Sami Zayn did too. He looks like he's seen a ghost.
Holy shit!
This place has come unglued. Kevin Owens was last in the ring 17 months ago in an unsanctioned street fight against Sami Zayn. KO had anterior cervical discectomy using level C5-6 surgery. No one thought he was ever going to wrestle again. But wait, are you ready? No! Fight! Fight! Owens! Fight!
I'm still stunned! As is Sami Zayn, who once again is the victim of managerial malpractice!
This is now a fatal four-way for the top number one contender. The CM Punk's undisputed WWE title in a year and a half. A bottle of eggs. Kevin Owens takes the fight to Gunther and Balor.
The prize fighter straight back to doing his thing while Sami Zayn remains shocked, stunned in the corner.
does not lose. Sami Zayn looking out in disbelief. A cannonball by Owens. And another one in the far corner.
That seems pretty damn good to me.
But now it's about an opportunity at a championship. And Owens and Zayn unloading on one another in this matchup where the first man to get a pinfall submission looking at an opportunity at the WWE title.
Oh, Kevin Owens looks completely unstoppable.
And meanwhile, from behind, Gunther now set over the top rope. And Kevin Owens running on adrenaline. A fever pitch here in Minnesota.
The ultimate slugger, the ultimate
with a slow time from the top rope.
You are supposed to ease yourself back into the action when you've had a long injury layoff, but Kevin Owens doesn't ease into anything.
Well, yeah, I agree. And by the way.
Fences, and you might put it away here, Cole.
And Gunther went through a battle with Nick Aldis last night. And there's a slow time by Owens. Kevin Owens looks great and they really go into this matchup with their start. Owens may have gotten a bit overzealous. Gunther caught him with a sleeper. And now Sami Zayn from behind, protecting the matchup. Because the first man to get pinfall submission wins. And now Balor, a brute like Gunther. Fast-paced action and nearly going here.
Okay, game plans, strategies, P-Gold. This is basically a legalized riot to become #1 contender to CM Punk.
And Owens, who was knocked out of the ring, you gotta wonder if that early adrenaline rush is starting to wear off here, Wade.
I mean, that will be anybody else to go that hard, that quickly, for that sustained a period of time. Forget the 18 months layoff, but that makes it so much worse for KO. But now, the picture of control, ring general.
Yeah, the career killer, the man who retired Goldberg and Cena and AJ Styles and, well, really, Nick Aldis last night. And now Finn Balor with a chop to Gunther, taking the fight to the ring general.
How much did last night against Nick Aldis take out of the ring general of this evidence? Very little, but right up.
Balor into the cover. Isn't enough to win this #1 contenders match in a kick out by Gunther.
As much as we talk about the Sami Zayn issues with management, perhaps Gunther would echo the same problems. Months of frustration for him. And he can take control of his own destiny right now.
Well, the problem is Sami Zayn cannot single himself out as a victim tonight. Balor a victim as well. And a sling blade by Finn. And Sami Zayn back into the fray. And a sling blade to Sami.
Well, Finn Balor truly looks back to that guy 10 years ago, set the world ablaze.
And Balor dropping Sami into Gunther. And Gunther now maybe in the drop zone. Finn Balor, who's had a new lease on life since coming to SmackDown. Top rope nine for Balor. Looking to the coup de grace and moving out of the way is Gunther. And Gunther now with that drop kick. Dropping Balor. And now Gunther looking for the powerbomb. Stacks up Balor. And now, wow, and then the Buster Crab. The crab to knock Balor. Submission hold by Gunther. Kevin Owens back into the fight.
Yeah, that's the issue in a four-way matchup like this. There's always someone fresh ready to pepper you with shots. But no one does it better than the prize fighter, Kevin Owens.
I mean, this has been, I mentioned it earlier, about a year and a half. This has been building in Kevin Owens. The need to come back. The need to be a part of this. And Gunther stops it in his trap. KO bounces right back up. And Gunther with a clothesline.
No signs of fatigue whatsoever to Kevin Owens. And Gunther, who had a hell of a battle last night, already looks like a beaten man here.
And now Balor with a kick to Kevin Owens, stunning him on the top rope.
Balor with that otherworldly athleticism. He's going to need all of that and perhaps more tonight to secure #1 contendership here.
And trying to hook KO, and KO looking to block. And now look at that. Down goes Balor by Owens.
Sami Zayn now into the fight. Sends Kevin Owens out to the floor. Sami looking to pick the bones of Balor. And a kick out by Finn too.
A millisecond away from Sami Zayn getting what he rightfully deserves, that #1 contender slot to win his championship back from CM Punk.
Here's the deal. Stop complaining. Stop moaning about this. And win the damn thing, Sami. Shut up your critics by winning the match. It's simple. And Sami now has Balor perched on the top rope. Always the victim.
Yeah, he has always been the victim. Infractions and managerial negligence. But right now, in full control was Sami Zayn.
You may be the only person in the world complaining that Gunther and Owens has been added to this matchup. Oh, and Balor dropped off the apron to the floor.
There's a lot of right or guys who are with me
now. Kevin Owens, top rope, looking to take out Sami Zayn. Swanton, nice! Sami got the knees up and caught Owens in the neck. The surgically repaired neck of Kevin Owens as he came down with the Swanton. And now the official, Ryan Tran, checking out Owens and backing Sami off.
Get out the way, referee! Let Sami finish the job!
Well, Sami, I thought he was going to show some compassion, but he realizes now that his injured friend Owens is in position for an armbar kick.
No time for compassion here. Oh, God.
Gunther now with a sleeper. A sleeper by Gunther.
A move that finished Nick Aldis off last night.
And Balor now to the top rope. Balor with a coup de grace. Balor, will he become the #1 contender? Go, with a right hand.
Just fingertips to the head of Finn Balor, and that was 2.99 seconds. Oh, look at this. On a Sami Zayn has been choked out by Gunther, unable to protect himself. That was over, if not for the brilliant timing of the ring general.
What an incredible way to start off SummerSlam Sunday. Balor and Zayn and Gunther. And yes, folks, Kevin Owens a part of this fatal four-way.
He was part of the fatal four-way. We've not seen much of Owens since that attack to the neck.
Balor, any combination here. And Gunther's got to release the hold. Kevin Owens back in the fight. Super kick to Gunther. That may have knocked out two. Stunner to Gunther. Gunther now. With the sleeper. Stunner to Gunther.
Kevin Owens just on a different level here.
Up to the stunner. And blue thunderball by Sami for the win. Kevin Owens down.
Just agonizingly close for the working class hero himself, Sami Zayn.
The self-proclaimed working class hero, Sami Zayn.
Familiar to millions is Sami Zayn, a leader towards ride or dies. The salt of the earth, Sami Zayn, on his one away.
Looking for the heroic kick, and Kevin Owens caught with a super kick to the face. Sami stunned. KO. Stunner. Cover. Welcome back, Kevin Owens, #1 contender to the WWE title.
Wow!
Kevin Owens. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the KO show. Wow.
Well, nobody on earth saw any of this coming. But this is the moment Sami Zayn thought he had it in the bag. But of course, he's been screwed over once again. Another chapter in a library's worth of legitimate grievances. This boot right to the jaw of Sami Zayn.
Hey, listen, enough of Sami Zayn, enough of the grievances. Let's talk about the return of that man. Kevin Owens, 17 months on the set. No one thought this man was going to return. I talked to Kevin Owens just a few months ago. He was emotional. Never thought he would step foot back inside the squared circle. And he shows up tonight and he becomes the #1 contender for CM Punk's WWE Championship. Fight! Owens! Fight! The cast of Super Troopers 3.
Pardon me, guys. Sorry.
cheering side. No, you're too cheap. Hey, coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, that man, Trick Williams, will defend the United States Championship against the returning Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin said this is a different Corbin than you've ever seen before. He's getting the sunset on the grill. They meet next. That's SummerSlam.
So guys, what is your initial thoughts on the first match of the evening? I was not expecting KO to return, but for him to also go on and win that fatal four-way match, wow. A huge congratulations to Kevin Owens, and oh my goodness. Nick, I said last night that someone was returning, and I was right. But, as it's been stated, KO was suffering with a neck injury, so it'll be interesting to see how this all now played out with KO being back within WWE, because I tell you something guys, if KO is back, then we're in for an unforgettable ride, I tell you.
Partner in the ring is to get right. Oh, I'm okay. You hear that all the time in the ring. Just give me a second.
No one walks away unscathed.
And if I get dinged up in the middle of the match and quit, what's it say about me? I'll run through a wall for those people. Real things happen.
It might not seem like a big deal, but everything's just so much better when she's there.
Guys, I'm just going to tell you a quick minute.
I'm disappointed in myself.
It's not just your money that depends on it, it's everybody's money.
I feel good. I feel ready. I know the work that I had to put in.
This has consumed me for 23 years.
I needed to change things for everyone who came behind me.
It's everything I've ever worked for.
There's nothing that I won't do.
The future is now.
This is a moment they're going to replay for years.
Watch the next one.
I used all those, I'm on now, what's up here? We all really stuck here. Is there anybody else who doesn't give a care?
bad, got me acting right. I'm daydreaming about you, so I got tonight. Let's make a movie, me and you under the flashing lights. Take the counting, no, that's my type. Show 'em what's the real action like. She's independent, no major, and plus you know you are nature. You know I like to run rolls of money, and I like to run my papers. And I know you want to work later, so I'll text you can come through.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a matter of moments, the upstart Trick Williams will defend his United States Championship against the returning Baron Corbin here at SummerSlam.
No, that's wrong. States. They didn't calendar. When the cat comes, no, I go to killing 285 pounds. Baron Corbin!
This is a much different Baron Corbin than you may have grown accustomed to a few years back. He left WWE. He said he needed to get a bad taste out of his mouth. He said he needed to reinvent himself. He needed to find himself. He needed to understand what that lifting edge was for him to be a massive superstar of caliber here in WWE. Corbin did just that. Went out and wrestled all over the world. In fact, he's a legitimate badass. We'll tell you all about that in just a moment. Corbin is a part of JBJJF. That is a jiu-jitsu. He's part of the Masters program. He's an ultra heavyweight. He's number 2 in the world weight, and he's won over 20 gold medals.
Yeah, just adding to that legitimacy he already had, the size, the Golden Gloves boxing background, championships aplenty in WWE. And one more imminently.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the self-proclaimed best man to ever breathe, Lil Scotty!
That's right, baby! Minnesota, what's the deal? Check it out, baby. I'm gonna keep it real. Look, I ain't gonna take up too much time. Look, I'm sitting at somebody 6'5", 250 pounds your weight. All right, make some noise for my cow. Trick Williams!
What's that? What's that?
Trick Williams won the United States Championship from Sami Zayn back at WrestleMania. He enters his first SummerSlam tonight against the man who held the United States Championship once in his career, Baron Corbin, a man who's also won King of the Ring and Money in the Bank. And Baron Corbin claims Trick Williams is going to feel like he's in safe for this match tonight.
but nobody does stuff, nobody does charisma, nobody does this. Split line. The United States champion, Trick Williams, with this the superstar.
And there we go. And Williams goes right after Baron Corbin. Baron Corbin has attacked Williams in recent weeks. Trick Williams has not forgotten that. Face first goes Corbin. And a kick up by the United States champion.
I was going to say, does he have the substance to contend with an oversized, hard-nosed fighter like Baron Corbin? And the answer apparently is yes. And a big trick slap to Corbin. You've earned that one over the past several weeks, Baron.
One of the things Baron Corbin said about Trick Williams is you act before you think. Corbin talked about learning patience when he was away from WWE.
Well, all of his attacks thus far on Trick Williams have been timed to perfection. Exactly when Trick Williams has had his guard dropped. Now, the problem here is the guard is firmly up, and Trick Williams looks primed and ready to defend that title.
Bishop Jason here is going to have his hands full of this one. His shoulder first into the barricade in front of the timekeeper's area.
It's simple with Corbin. He is a highly skilled but old school bully. And now Trick Williams is ready for that. And here is Trick Williams pulling out here.
Well, this is unique for the champion to do this. Remember, champion's advantage tonight. Corbin will need to pin or submit Trick Williams to win the title.
You've got to be very careful messing around with tables and weaponry in a match like this. And
Corbin, understanding that, rolled into the ring to break the count.
Get away from that table, whatever was getting cooked up by Trick Williams, but now put on.
Did you expect to see Corbin on the retreat early on in this match?
I certainly did not, but I did expect Trick Williams to come out the blocks off, and it's really rocked Baron Corbin, and he's retreating into the shadow. Oh, look out, Deep Six! Or perhaps laying in wait there, playing a little possum was Corbin. Talking about that patience and that time in taking down Trick Williams, and that was a heavy landing.
Indeed, Baron Corbin has not had a match for the United States Championship in more than 8 years. He's never won at SummerSlam. Again, a countdown victory does not help Corbin with the United States title on the line, and the official had a count of 5, and Corbin realizes he's going to have to get Williams back in the ring.
Yeah, I think Corbin's still shaking off those cobwebs after that early relentless attack from Trick Williams, but that Deep Six on the floor that you brought up, Corbin, oh God, it really has turned things around now, and that cranium straight to a steel pole is not going to help the champ.
And now Billy Corbin shoulder first into the steps. Let's not forget what Baron Corbin is made of. We talked about all of his accolades, but here's a guy who retired the great Kurt Angle as well, Wayne.
Yeah, he's been in these big-time moments before. Taking another look at that Deep Six that planted not only spine first, but the back of their head hard against the floor there. The champ, Trick Williams, really has not looked the same ever since.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a lot about the champion here tonight. Corbin quickly on the attack, and now the big right hands. Round and pound attack of Corbin on Trick Williams, burying the United States champion down, much to the chagrin of the crowd here in Minnesota.
Indeed, Bill Gotti on the outside, who is unable to assist his man whatsoever here. And what a beating this has turned into by Corbin.
A very aggressive Corbin is wearing yelling his on with a look of disgust. I told you, wait, this is a much different Baron Corbin than we saw the last time around.
There's complete control. You could not get two more polar opposite superstars. There is no flash. There is no style to Baron Corbin. It's pure and simple, old school, meat and potatoes, pure substance.
These two did meet once back in the day, a number of years ago at NXT, and both of them kept up so far since that time.
Yes.
Corbin on the clothesline.
Trick Williams was certainly not the finished article several years ago in NXT. A lot of people think he is now, though.
But look at this way. The aggression in Baron Corbin tonight as he is beating the hell out of the United States champion.
Yeah, and it's an entirely new task here for Trick Williams to try and navigate. And these are part of the learning curves for newer superstars such as Trick Williams. Everything has gone right since he got called up from NXT, but he may be hitting a brick wall here tonight.
Yeah, Baron Corbin said it's time to back up all that potential tonight, kid. Flow again to Williams. He's just trying to get back into this fight.
Trying to get himself a little bit off breathing room and make no mistake. Trick's a big lad himself.
And Corbin out.
Oh, straight to the eyeballs.
And the official warning Corbin a little bit of leeway here in this title match. I'm not sure how wise that was of a little Yanni to get into the face of Corbin. I mean, I admire the courage, but
do not look back.
Well, little Yanni with the
trick stick.
And Baron Corbin now retreats.
I mean, last thing Baron Corbin wants is to get a disqualification victory here and not win the title. Well played.
Coming home, Corbin into the corner. Trick Williams now delivers an elbow. Has an opportunity to fight back into this. Ducks underneath. There's the neck breaker. Got the chain.
And that was a huge mistake by Corbin getting involved with Yachty. And that distraction has completely turned it around now.
A couple of those spinning heel kicks by Trick into the bookend. Cover. Coming away. I would love to hear how Booker T called that move on WWE radio right now.
Shucky ducky quack quack indeed, and then it'd be shucky ducky quack quacking all night if this man Trick Willie bucks this one away. Take another look at a high impact bookend, and that is a massive frame of Baron Corbin. All 6'8" of it crashing down to the mat.
Yeah, little Yanni trying to rally the crowd here at US Bank Stadium. Williams now with Corbin up on his shoulders.
Powerful move picking up Baron Corbin like that.
And so Corbin raking the eyes yet again. The official did not see it.
It's a kind of veteran tactic. The referee knows something happened, but if you didn't see it, you can't disqualify.
And now Corbin. And from behind, little Yanni with the stick to the back. The official didn't see it. Down goes Corbin, covered by Williams, and a kick out by Corbin.
God, a new wrinkle to the playbook on Trick Williams. Almost a Death Valley driver right there. And that's up to Corbin. Double to a crack to the back that actually broke the Trick stick. Out of Death Valley driver, still managing to kick out.
Yeah, little Yanni thought that was it. Can't believe that didn't take Baron Corbin out, who's slowly trying to make it back to his feet.
Very good. He did get pie-faced by Corbin a little earlier. That's his reward.
And Trick got caught. Almost went for deep six again. Corbin with a boot drops the check to a knee.
Both men really clinging on at this point. Both men hurting.
Went for end of days. Trick ended up on his feet. Cover now. Corbin. Baron gets the shoulder up.
So much balance and timing for that spinning kick there from Trick Williams. And frustration really setting in for the champ, who thought he was home and dry there.
Now Trick Williams needs to try to go to his bread and butter. The trick shot to take out Baron Corbin here. Baron slowly making it to his feet. Oh, nobody home. Corbin wisely rolled out to the apron.
With great vet instincts and baiting in the champ once again.
Corbin with his eyes on the United States Championship.
Corbin's going to be very careful here. I don't know what he's cooking on, but I don't think this is smart at all.
And little Yanni now engaged in a tug-of-war with Corbin over the championship. Oh, no, Yanni! Sent through the table! Slip pop Corbin! The Corbin bounced into Yanni, and he went through the table. And now, Corbin with a title off the face of Williams. The official was looking at Yanni. Baron Corbin now. End of days! Cover! Corbin wins the title! Here is your winner, the new United States Champion, Baron Corbin!
Well, we knew Baron Corbin was dangerous, but now he is opportunistic. He is a veteran. He has the patience, and most importantly of all, he has the United States title.
A very aggressive Baron Corbin wins the United States Championship for the second time in his career. And Wade, what a way to return to WWE.
And this is what we've got Trick Williams upon it to go, but that spinning bomb kick, not quite enough. Baron Corbin is rather tough, and this is where things look completely insane. With the hype man himself, Lil Yachty, getting blasted through that table, crashing hard to the floor. And amidst the chaos, referee taking his eye off the ball. That's the opportunity Baron Corbin needed to trick Williams with the goal. The finish things off again with one end of days. And it really is the end of days for Trick Williams' US title reign. Welcome to the new champ, Baron Corbin.
A disappointed Trick Williams, who will not forget the way he lost his title to that man, Baron Corbin.
Wow.
Women's WWE champion Rhea Ripley is out indefinitely with an injury. So tonight, we will crown an interim WWE Women's Champion. 5 women complete. And it's a dangerous liquor match. It's next at SummerSlam. Silicone, psilocybin milligrams at the new age fix. The only weird thing left is the New York strip where I gave up the old and put up a new age. Whips were first now I'm a concrete cowboy. The 100 years of pain couldn't calm me down, boy. Even with some filler, they couldn't change my lips. Even with some mouth noise, I'm a still talk. They should've never gave me money. Should've kept me in the house like it's 2020. Cause I'm outside and got nothing to do. And said, piss y'all off cause I got nothing to lose. So, he is here. Wow.
My entrance. It's very similar to like the Ric Flair strut, but it's mine because I put my own twist on it. If anyone else did the entrance, it would be seen as like goofy or comical, but like it's the irony of this absolute beast just dancing his way to the ring. But at the end of the day, come to kill you. No friend. Come back. Just speak tonight, dog.
Hey guys, it's doing nothing. This is the match that is meant.
Hey everybody, at ringside, Michael Cole and Wade Barrett for SummerSlam Sunday. And congratulations to the new United States champion, Baron Corbin.
Yeah, he looks completely reinvigorated. He's retooled and he's going to overwhelm a lot of opponents with that size and aggression. And crucially, he now holds a U.S. title.
Also at ringside tonight, our Spanish announce team, Marcelo Rodriguez, Jerry Soto in the house. Hi guys.
Los cierres de SummerSlam en su segunda noche con la misma pasión y la misma familia hispana al pie del cañón.
Nos espera muchísima más acción y no podemos esperar por ver quién va a ascender una escalera, esa escalera a la gloria en SummerSlam. Hey, if you can't be with us in Minneapolis today, the best place to watch SummerSlam is in Casa. Check out the WWE Universe enjoying SummerSlam at Casa in Los Angeles, Dallas, and the newest location, the home of Sunday night's main event, Atlanta. Casa is like nothing you've ever seen or experienced. When you can't be there, be at Casa. And they're also enjoying SummerSlam around the world, including in Orlando, your old stomping grounds. How about telling India, Glasgow, Scotland, Quezon City in the Philippines, and Dublin, Ireland. It is now time to crown an interim WWE Women's Champion. It is a ladder match here in SummerSlam. Strong enough. We're in the purpose of the NFL, it's Minnesota Vikings. Bonus matchup here tonight. Well, I mean, because she's the youngest, so I mean, when did she become the WWE Women's Champion? Danny chance to go along with this lady has the kind of a pleasant kiss. So it's very well in a limited match environment. She has put the match with her body in the tricky form.
Storm is coming.
Yes, from Beer
Jade Cargill with her gear paying homage to the late great Prince. You're a huge fan of Prince, of course, he being from Minneapolis. Jade Cargill enters a ladder match for the very first time in her career. They're going to once again become WWE champion.
Yeah, we're going to start our own purple reign as the interim champion in the women's division. There it is, hanging us tonight that Jade Cargill is a proven commodity at this level.
Jade and Tiffany with quite the history. They battled for many months over the WWE title.
From Victoria,
Interesting story with Chelsea. Her mother, her father, and her sister are here tonight. She had invited 8 girlfriends from Canada to come down to SummerSlam, and just Chelsea's loss. They couldn't make it because there's an airline on strike in Canada. So Chelsea Green, something always happens to this young woman.
So weird, whenever I invited people to go watch me, their flights all got cancelled too, so I feel for Chelsea Green.
Because you never paid for their flights. Or Gary at WrestleMania.
I paid for your flight bill last night, young man. Old man, I should say.
Gary. Her first SummerSlam, her first ladder match. The powerhouse, Lash Legend, entering the fray. Now remember the rules. The interim championship's hanging above the ring. You have to climb a ladder, and the first person to retrieve the title will become the interim champion.
Lash Legend has that huge brain full of basketball style and thing. Someone with those long legs, maybe on a scale, a ladder faster than both. Well, it will be helpful for Lash Legend to way up left that interim title. And I say, for a lot of people who think Lash Legend is the future of the women's division, and she go a long way to picking up those claims right here tonight.
There are a lot of talent in the ring for this match.
Late edition after being defeating Julia on SmackDown Friday to complete this period.
Looking to win her 15th World Championship here tonight. Charlotte Flair set for action in this ladder match. She's had some success over the years in SummerSlam. 2016, beat Sasha Banks for the WWE title. 2018, a SmackDown Championship. Won the tag titles last year. And she's had 6 ladder matches in WWE. The most experience in the ring tonight. And meanwhile, Jade Cargill wasted little time renewing her rivalry with Charlotte Flair. Bell rings, we're underway.
Yeah, major beef in recent weeks between these two women. Of course, Jade Cargill did take out Charlotte's tag partner, Alexa Bliss, snapping that arm on SmackDown a few weeks. And these two women, it's been on site in recent times.
And now Charlotte with that back elbow, and the floor continues in the aisleway. And now Tiffany Stratton and Lash Legend are getting into the fray. And Legend catching Tiffany. There is the power of Legend. Getting into the ladder.
So much danger everywhere. You long ladders can be used to scale heights. They can also be used as weapons.
And Chelsea Green, suicide dive, intercepted by Lash Legend. He just plants Chelsea Green into the ladder. Legend dominating.
That was like a horizontal choke slam into the steel. And feeling good right in the early goings here is Lash Legend, but getting those ladders into the ring is often quite cumbersome and time-consuming, and Lash Legend motoring now to try and get this one put away.
And again, you need a ladder in the ring, so you gotta climb it to grab the championship, and Chelsea Green sent over the barricade and into the crowd.
I was going to say, in the early goings, I expected Tiffany Stratton and Chelsea Green to maybe team up. They have been tagging lately on the SmackDown, but Lash Legend simply did not give them that opportunity.
Yeah, and Charlotte Flair sauntering down to the ring, making sure Lash Legend didn't have an opportunity to set up the winner. I do want to mention Charlotte's gear tonight, dedicated to Scarlett, a young superstar who's battling bone cancer. Sadly, passed away last month. She really bonded with Charlotte. She met 600 times in her life. Charlotte said, "Diamonds are forever, so is Charlotte and Stella." Charlotte's family here tonight enjoying SummerSlam.
Charlotte Flair, a class act in and out of the ring, but pure power now from Spine first, tailbone right on the steel.
They hooked on to this last bit and they only go in their first ladder match.
Yeah, she's been absolutely superb. I mean, it's a different skill set that you're required to utilize in a matchup like this, and apparently Lash Legend was simply born with it.
Over the years in SummerSlam, we've had 3 tables, ladders, and chairs matches, 4 ladder matches, including 2 classics. We'll never forget 1995. Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon, really put the ladder match on the map. And then 2005, when Rey Mysterio and Eddie Guerrero battled for custody of Dominic.
Well, just as it looked like we're going to get ourselves a powerhouse showdown between Lash and Jade Cargill, there is the sometime tag team from SmackDown, Stratton and Chelsea Green.
And they've been very successful teaming together, now working to take out Jade Cargill and Lash the Legend.
Well, they both got with this together, but they can certainly take out 3 other women and make it a one-on-one ladder match.
And Tiffany was hesitant in the beginning to befriend Chelsea Green, but she's bought into it now.
Chelsea Green certainly a little different.
Oh, kicks!
Still, when it comes to it, they're going to clock clean right there as the Tiffany Stratton, and we are back.
It's every woman for herself, but there will be some alliances formed as Jade Cargill delivers a German suplex. Meanwhile, the Queen, Charlotte Flair, on the top rope with a flying cross body.
Never celebrate too soon in this kind of matchup. There's always a fresh pair of eyes burning a hole in you from behind.
Charlotte Flair using the ladder as a weapon, completely legal in this match.
Battering ram, and apparently Charlotte Flair doesn't feel ready to start scaling quite yet, knowing full well there's a lot of fresh legs still in this match.
I wonder what, look at this, again, Lash Legend carrying Charlotte up on her shoulders, and Lash now in a military press and dropping Charlotte. I wonder what Lash Legend's partner, Nia Jax, is thinking about Lash being in this matchup.
Well, Nia Jax is absolutely furious because not 1 but 2 qualifying matches of her were blown up with disqualifications thanks to Charlotte Flair and Jade Cargill. So I'm sure she's sitting somewhere stewing about that. But
she's jealous of Lash.
Smooth things over, I think, if Lash Legend grabbed a little gold on their behalf.
Now, Tiffany Stratton. Oh, and Goldbreaker, the Legend, as she used the ladder to her advantage.
That's why many call Tiffany Stratton the greatest athlete in WWE. Although Charlotte Flair has some claims of her own.
Charlotte and Tiffany with a history as well, if you remember WrestleMania a couple years ago. Oh, and Charlotte with a right. Well, Tiffany with one of her own.
Once had the commandeer an interview between these two, it did not go well. It essentially turned into this.
The kick, Tiffany able to avoid it. Strap now, up and down, face first into the ladder.
Yeah, just beautiful execution there from Charlotte Flair. Such a hole!
It's a drop kick by Chelsea. Just got Charlotte, just enough of it.
I'll tell you right now, Chelsea Green has taken some of the most sickening ladder landings in the history of women's wrestling. But now is your chance to shock the world. This really is the right outsider, I think, in this field.
Well, Chelsea with an opportunity. Tiffany climbing the ladder now, trying to grab the title. Jade Cargill going to play defense.
She has PTSD of climbing those ladders, knowing full well she's taking some sickening landings, and here's another one about to come. Looking for I mean, that just about.
And now it's Cargill's opportunity. The Storm climbing the ladder.
I'll take it out, Shane Cargill earlier in this one. There's a slow climb, and it's not fast enough.
Tiffany Stratton. And Jade Cargill once again battling over the Women's WWE Championship.
Blocking Stratton with that one.
Oh, and a backstabber by Stratton. Drives Cargill outside the ring. And now it's Sydney's opportunity. In her home state of Minnesota. We're going to climb the ladder to once again become WWE Champion. Charlotte Flair going to intercept, at least momentarily. And Charlotte now climbing the ladder alongside Stratton. Lash Legend introducing another ladder.
Well, there's nothing worse than being 3/4 of the way up the ladder and getting in a fist fight when you're up there, knowing full well that if you lose, you're falling a long way down.
Have you been in a ladder?
Many times. Have I won one? Absolutely not.
What does it feel like going up that ladder?
There's nothing worse, Carl, because when you're up there, you know full well someone's on your tail, somebody is chasing you, your body's already wrapped in pain, it's not cooperating, and it can only get worse due to gravity.
Look at Stratton using the ladder once again to her advantage.
This is some unique offense we're cooking up here, but again, it's a perilous situation to put yourself in because this may happen.
Again, Lash Legend, the powerhouse. It looked like Jimmy was attempting a Hurricane Rana, and Legend planted her spine first on the ladder.
That Lash Legend is just built in a way that your usual offense doesn't work. She holds too much power. So there's the kind of things that you're going to call a on this thing, and that is what cracked spine with Tiffany Stratton.
And now Legend is Charlotte Flair catches her with a big boot. She bounces face first off the ladder.
I suggest that's right.
Charlotte getting up, moving for the 15th champion. Charlotte Flair at the top. Charlotte's got the title all the time in the world. The championship. Jade Cargill has pulled the ladder away.
You simply don't have a hand free to unhook it when you're dangling like that.
And now Jade and a Lash and Charlotte. And now Triple Teaming the Queen. Using the Queen as a weapon into the ladder for Charlotte.
Clattering around with Charlotte. If Lash Legend can get a wits about it right now and seize this opportunity, we have a new interim women's champ.
Lash Legend looking to win her first singles championship in WWE.
Yeah, that's a smart move. Maneuvering the ladder into the
title is actually swaying above the ladder. Could be hard to grab it. As Larson's there, but she can't now. She finally gets her hands on it. Tiffany Stratton now on the other side.
You're down if you do, you're down if you don't when you're moving those ladders around. It just eats up valuable time. But you have to get it in the right position. And that title oscillating wildly above the competitors here.
And Lash looking to drag Stratton down off the top of the ladder. Now Tiffany in trouble. Lash Legend. Stratton sends Legend into the ladder.
Real smart move by Tiffany Stratton using that athleticism once again. That is her secret weapon.
Tiffany going to climb the ladder and look to win the gold. No one in sight.
Stratton's got busted ribs. She's moving gingerly here, but getting closer.
Tiffany Stratton trying to grab the title. Chelsea Green, now not Chelsea Green's buddy, her friend, Chelsea.
Uh-oh.
It's time. Taking everybody out. Chelsea's got a chance. Chelsea's got a chance. No way. Everyone's being taken out. Chelsea Green desperately setting up the ladder. It's Chelsea's chance. It's Chelsea's chance.
Jade Cargill's faction members
way. Chelsea Green at the championship one before Beef out of Michigan. Ready to beat the hell out of her.
You haven't got anything until that championship is in your hand, and this was always a potential threat to every woman in this match.
Now Jade Cargill has the numbers game.
It's a fixed game. That's how you guarantee victory in this game. You stack the deck.
Yeah, Meechin setting up the ladder for Jade Cargill. Beefman gonna help Cargill up the ladder. Jade Cargill looking to win the WWE Championship. Charlotte Flair the Beefman right at the Meechin.
The people bouncing around the ring. That ladder is wobbling too, but Cargill's close.
Now Charlotte trying to drag Cargill off the ladder.
Old-fashioned heel to the jaw, and this is Cargill's to win there.
Now Charlotte climbing up the other side. Cargill a fingertip away. Charlotte Flair now looking at one interference.
Oh, what a scramble this is turning out to be. And picking herself up to his last legend, and behind her, I think, Timothy Stratton. It's a four-way.
And all four of the women climbing the ladders, closing in on the championship. Something has to give here.
But who is fortune going to favour here? It doesn't look like it's Lex or Timothy Stratton.
It's down to Jade and Charlotte. Jade Cargill was there. She has an opportunity. Charlotte Flair scaled the ladder. Can she prevent Jade from winning the title? Lights and West.
Just a violent scramble. The championship hangs swinging down.
The women down. Those bodies down. Chelsea's got a chance. He's back from the dead. Chelsea's got a chance. Chelsea's scaling the ladder. Chelsea's got the title. Chelsea Green is the champion.
Wow.
Can you believe it, Wade? Chelsea Green with her first world title.
As far as I'm concerned, Chelsea Green is the WWE Women's Champion, completely rewriting the script. The dark horse herself, the odds-on outsider, the one woman nobody gave a chance to. You've done it, Chelsea. This is an incredible move by Chelsea Green, sending Timothy Stratton, taking all women out in the match. But this was where Beefman and Meechin hit the scene. It looked like the fix was in stacking the deck in favour of the Storm. Jade Cargill with a vicious beatdown. But Jade Cargill then taking out last legend Timothy Stratton, leaving it down to Jade and Charlotte Flair, two women who hate each other so badly, but took each other out. And dangling from that middle ladder, coming back to life like a blind Undertaker, now scrambling to victory, grabbing gold to the elation of this stadium.
Chelsea Green showing what perseverance and determination and doing anything you have to do. To finally climb the mountain. Chelsea Green is the interim WWE Women's Champion. Everyone should be green with envy.
The wait is over, and Club WWE is live now.
Pill. Very nice and very evil. And available at WWEshop.com. Speaking of Van Halen, Wayne, I've done a lot in 29 years here at this desk, but I do have a first tonight. I get to call a human bunnies on a pole match. Feminine minutes on a pair card.
So guys, welcome in to the Essential Wrestling News Watch Party for SummerSlam Night 2. If you are just joining, you'll know that Chelsea Green is your new interim women's champion. I want to get your thoughts on it, so let me know in the chat on what you guys think of Chelsea Green being your interim women's champion.
What a SummerSlam it has been so far. Plenty more still to come tonight, including our main event of Roman Reigns versus Seth Rollins. Well, how the international announced teams are talking about SummerSlam? Let's listen in.
I made the executive decision to add a participant to this matchup. We need one more participant.
Yes, and that is right, folks. Kevin Owens returned to WWE.
Jackie Gonzalez. That's what he's got, man. That's my best. All you said. Who knows?
Well, folks, it's happening, and it's next. Human Money's on a pole.
In the critically acclaimed The Cursed Father, Danhausen, alongside Danhausen, settled the score over the missing human monies. Just when they thought he was out, they pulled him back in.
Well, it's a meeting. Folks, right on it. JD here, break your jaw so we don't have to hear any more of your stupid little curses.
Dominic and his associates tried to take it. His tensions runners. Arrangement is made.
Human bunnies on a pole? Yes, haven't you ever watched wrestling?
At SummerSlam, it's not strictly business, it's personal.
You can make this right, Danhausen. I just have one thing to say.
The promotion is The Cursed Father, Part 2.
There we go. Get tired of that.
Featuring Human Money's on a pole match. Introducing first from San Diego, California, weighing in 200 pounds, the Triple A Mega Champion, 30, One Match, Mysterio.
This match should be right up his alley. He looks like a bank robber. Dom Rome was already yours. That is Dom's cash sitting above the ring, and very soon it's going back to its rightful owner. Here's the deal. No countouts, no disqualifications, no pinfall, no submission. You win when you climb the far corner, and in that bag that's hanging above the ring, $100,000. And if you take it off the hook, you win the money and the match.
Earlier.
look, Cole, here's the deal. This really should be a police matter. Dom is a victim of grand larceny, but we don't deal with things like that.
He could swim it into money. And hey, it's not a shock that Dracula is actually the official in this Danhausen match.
Services to have not rendered for the money. And tonight we're going to have some 7 justice.
Oh. Yes.
Well, he brought the Danhausen mobile. That's a start.
Straight out of wacky races. Hopefully he turns it around and sets it straight back there.
Danhausen told me earlier today that his tights would honor the great Bret Hart, one of SummerSlam great performers.
And here comes Hogan. 113-11. Mockingbird Lane. He's very nice. Very evil. Danhausen.
I have a question. So if you invest your money in a company, and that company goes belly up, do you get your money back? Okay, so Dominic invested in his whole experiment program, but it didn't work out, so why should he get his money back?
Don't try to apply a layer of credibility for the nonsense, the hijinks, the tomfoolery of Danhausen. There was no investment, it was merely a bet, there was a ruse, a scam.
Dominic actually, and JD McDonough, by the way, part of his funny, they actually handed this money to Danhausen. Danhausen didn't steal anything.
Those services, if you pay for a service, if you then don't get the service, you have been scammed and you are owed the money back legally.
Dominic wastes a little time.
Here we go. Get your money, Dom.
Climb the rope trying to get his money. Danhausen trying to prevent that from happening. This will be something. It'll be a spectacle, I'll tell you that. Danhausen now. Second, Dominic with a knee to the midsection.
Yeah, that's the kind of spectacle I was looking for. And here we go, the greatest exponent of the 619 in history.
Remember, Dominic's been cursed on a number of occasions by Danhausen.
Yeah, well, so was Liv Morgan. It appears to have worn off last night.
JD McDonough, though, had a problem in that cruiserweight match the other night, didn't he?
Well, he also had some problems with that massive Knicks player, Cat, choke slamming him Saturday night's main event a couple of weeks ago.
Danhausen now. And Dominic goes out of harm's way. Nobody home. Danhausen in the corner. Dominic with a clothesline. Takes down Danhausen.
And this is what happens when rank amateurs who are failed theatre kids try to step in the ring with legitimate athletes like Dirty Dom Mysterio. Here comes the farce.
Failed theater kid.
Yeah.
One of the most popular wrestlers on the planet today. Dominic Mysterio, second rope, trying to grab the money. Human monies.
It's just money. What's the human? Who else has money other than human?
Danhausen money. Haven't you been on WWE Shop? He's got like $1 trillion on there.
Yeah, and it's not legal tender, Michael Cole. It's pretend money, just like everything with this fool Danhausen.
And Eddie Guerrero. As Dominic pays homage to the late great Eddie here in Minnesota.
Latino cheat himself.
And the three amigos, though, Danhausen takes down Dom. And now is an opportunity.
I'm telling you, somebody in that locker room has a lot to answer for. Somebody has been teaching Danhausen moves, but it might be the Undertaker himself, judging by that sit-up.
Danhausen trying to crawl his way to the corner. And it would be so great if Danhausen won this thing, got to keep the money, and end this farce once and for all. Oh, look who's here. I was wondering when it would happen. JD McDonough, Dominic's running buddy, into the ring, assaulting Danhausen. The official can do nothing.
Danhausen deserves this. Let's not forget that poor JD McDonough got electrocuted by Danhausen a few weeks back.
That was actually funny. And now JD, off the top rope to Danhausen.
Well, Danhausen's not laughing now, is he?
Hey, look who's here!
The Cowboys from Mockingbird Lane.
The Minneapolis attacking McDonough.
They ruin everything. Well, wipe them out, JD.
JD McDonough, what a slam.
With the authority. Do this one even harder. Oh, my God.
This time he's been in the ring with someone smaller than himself.
It was like the cat chokes that on JD McDonough, paid back with interest. On the floor.
Look at that. Nice takedown.
Oh, God, it's the Billyhausen with skill. I've seen this one before.
Yeah, you know who that is, right?
Who?
Torinohausen. Oh, and taking down JD McDonough.
He's been hiding in plain sight.
JD McDonough may have met his match.
What did you call him?
Torinohausen.
Rings a bell.
And,
what do these guys do? They can't take the money.
Well, I don't think they're trying to do that. Maybe they are. But if they took the money, does that count?
No.
Dominic Mysterio. That wasn't nice.
It's supposed to be nice. There's $100,000 on the line, Michael Cole. And these mini-houses have infiltrated a WWE ring once again.
And look at on the top rope, Dominic Mysterio, thought he wiped everyone out. They're not quite.
Oh my God.
And he's not done yet. Whoa! Ooh.
The nasty landing for Torinohausen. Rocked himself in the process, but that little guy is a human cheat code.
And look at Danhausen now, back in the ring, dragging himself to the corner, looking to win the match and save the money.
Stop it!
Danhausen, JD McDonough with that bison-like head.
Drilled right on the jaw.
I looked like that video out of Yellowstone a few weeks ago. And McDonough now, driving Danhausen out of the ring to the floor.
I mean, you can't complain of McDonough being out here with all these mini-houses running around.
McDonough came out first.
Oh, and it just so happened that the mini-houses were hiding under the ring. Is that right?
Yeah,
No, it was a plan, or a plot. A little practical joke like this. Oh. No, no.
Danhausen to the stage. Joe Henry, guitar in hand. Remember what happened to him at the hands of the Judgment Day and boxer Ryan Garcia this past Monday on Raw.
Nobody said his name. He just came out here to steal the money himself.
And now Joe Henry putting a Danhausen into the ring.
Very Scottish of him, I might add.
Scottish. And Danhausen and Dominic Mysterio both into the ring, same time. Both and Dominic now with a kick to the face. Dominic looking to climb the ropes. They're going to head up to the top rope. Danhausen intersecting from behind.
He's getting a little frazzled at this point, and both men agonizingly close to that bag of dosh.
Danhausen up top. Dominic shots to the midsection.
It's a nasty landing for Danhausen.
Dominic trying to get his hands on the human monies. He's got it and win this thing. He was cursed. He was cursed. He was cursed. Again by Danhausen. Explosion. And Danhausen now with an opportunity. Danhausen wins. He wins. Monies on Paul.
I cannot be the only one who is sick to death of this guy's private cosmic gag reel, to which we are all the joke.
I don't know, I just gave a standing ovation. Give the assist to Joe Henry.
Oh, God, they're not going to do another concert, are they? Well, this is the invasion of the mini-houses that was quickly stifled by the aggressive JD McDonough. Those guys are going to be feeling that in the morning, but there was one mini-house who had a little too much skill for our Irish friend, and that was this Torinohausen, as Michael Cole likes to call him, causing maximum chaos until Joe Hendry appeared. Glad with a guitar, and nobody should scratch guitars like that. They're very valuable items, but not as valuable as the bag of money and the curse that tucked down Dirty Paul Mysterio of the miscreant Danhausen steals the cash and death.
There's some advice for JD McDonough and Dominic Mysterio. Just give up. Just be done with it. Let Danhausen have his spot. What's he doing? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, over here, I'm your biggest fan.
Oh, we're gonna have a big problem, Lisa. Throw some to the lots on the desk.
Come on, what about over here, Danhausen?
Wait, are these those Danhausen pucks from WWE.com or is this a real deal?
I think it's a real deal to the referee just pocket one. You know, if I got some money now, it would be my first SummerSlam payday.
You still don't deserve 130 years.
Here, here, here.
We're your biggest fan.
Yeah, we're doing it. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. I got $10,000.
You got 100
human money.
I've been going to
100 human money.
Saturday, November 28th, War Games.
Well, you know, WWE Radio is now available on Sirius XM channel 156. Hey, let's listen to how NXT's Big Joseph and Booker T are calling all the action. Corbin's got the title right into Trick's face with the championship. Turn it around. Corbin grabs Trick. Center of the ring. And the dance.
Oh my God. Here we go.
It is the end of days to Trick's reign.
KO is back.
It is Tommy Owens. Still
Oh, man.
Owens
Wait
in
a
the
minute.
cover.
No, wait a minute.
Championship.
Tell me he didn't just say that, sucker.
Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, Chad Gable in his hometown of Minneapolis, Minnesota, looks to win his first singles title against the spectacular Penta. It's next.
April 2027, WrestleMania 43 is live from Riyadh.
The greatest live event in entertainment.
But the celebration comes to New York City. Join the official WrestleMania 43 watch party at the Infosys Theater.
Of course, guys, we like to WrestleMania 43.
The action continues live and in person with Triple A Eternal Glory and NXT Stand and Deliver. Plus, more fan experiences to be announced. Your WrestleMania experience comes to life. Register now to be the first to receive ticket information.
Hey, wait, Club WWE is officially open. This is the Ultimate Insider membership. Those are the fans who never miss a moment. Becoming a founding member, they get access to Members Shop, priority ticket access, points and rewards, and a content library you won't find anywhere else. Go to WWE.com/ClubWWE and become a member. Hey, the Legends are here tonight at SummerSlam. How about the Killer Bees? Jim Brunzell, Brian Blair. The Legends enjoying SummerSlam tonight. The model Wade is here. Rick Martel. Oh, spreading a little arrogance around. And right here in Minnesota, the great Rick Gagne is here. A wrestling legend here in Minnesota, and of course, one of the all-time greats, Marty Morris. Buttering up to the Minnesota crowd. Hey, Wheatley American Vodka. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. Minnesota has been waiting for this moment. Chad Gable in his hometown looking to win a title from Penta. Watch Chad Gable to win his first singles championship with WWE. A lot of stories to talk about in this matchup, including the pressure that is on this young man performing here tonight. We're going to get into all of that in just a moment as Chad Gable lets the feed off this crowd here in Minneapolis.
Yeah, it's not a crowd who came here to see Chad Gable attempt to win the Intercontinental title. They came to see him win the Intercontinental title.
The state of Minnesota represented on his boots the colors of the NFL's Minnesota Vikings on his tights and knee pads.
And his opponent from Mexico, weighing at 87 kilos, he is the Intercontinental Champion, Penta!
Penta won the Intercontinental Championship by beating Dominic Mysterio back in early March. In his career, he is 2-0 against Chad Gable. Chad Gable had Penta's very first match here when Penta arrived on the scene in WWE. Penta also caused the shoulder injury that cost Chad Gable nearly a year of his career. It was Chad Gable not being able to beat Luchador, which forced him to Mexico on this quest to learn the Lucha Libre style, which led him down into this downward spiral that all started on the fact that he couldn't win the Intercontinental Championship. Can Chad Gable rewrite this novel here tonight? The official in this match, Eddie Orango. The Intercontinental Championship, which has played such a huge role in the lore of SummerSlam. 91, Minnesota's Mr. Perfect with Bret Hart. 92, Bulldog and Hart in Wembley. 1995, Shawn and Razor in a ladder match. 98, Triple H and The Rock in a ladder match. 2003, Gunther and McIntyre. And tonight, in 2026, Gable and Penta for the Intercontinental Gold. So, Wayne, let's talk pressure. There is a ton of pressure on the shoulder of Chad Gable here tonight. Trying to win the championship in his hometown, in front of his family and friends. You've had the opportunity to compete in your hometown. What is it like?
Well, I'll tell you right now, pressure affects everybody differently. Some people, it crushes. Other people, the likes of Roman Reigns, likes of Seth Rollins, Cody Rhodes, etc. It heightens their senses. It gives them an extra gear that the rest of us simply cannot find. The question with Gable is, does he have that gear? We're going to find out tonight.
And in his study of Lucha Libre, and of course, being under the mask for a long time, you do the mask versus mask match against here is El Grande Americano. Did that teach Gable something that's going to help him knock off Penta?
Well, Chad Gable started out as a parody of a luchador, but learned this for the art of Lucha Libre, and certainly skills on the way. Some of those skills that I saw in the early periods. And Chad Gable showing very good. So they usually collapse the jaw of Gable. This is a guy, he's up against the Penta who simply has no fear. The epitome of fighting champion is on all colours, and beaten all colours. Here, the question into the backbreaker by Penta.
And a kick out by Gable.
Take another look at this flush kick, bang on the money from Penta. Not just a high flyer, round the fighter as they kick.
Let's give Gable a chance. Ready here in the stadium here tonight in Minnesota. Penta in his first SummerSlam here tonight. Chad Gable his third in his career. And Penta, now look at the Penta driver. Gable able to counter momentarily. One catches Penta. Here's the power of Gable. So the second power of Gable, and he turns it into a German suplex.
That power plus technique plus conditioning has really been the Chad Gable story.
Yeah, he works out in his gym, which is known as the Shack. Here's the cover, and Penta kicks out at two.
I mean, most human beings would never even contemplate trying a bridge like that, let alone bridging all the way into it from a standing base. And add on to that the fact that you're grappling with a good 20-pound superstar like Penta.
And Gable, a man who represented the United States in the 2012 Olympics. Now, you saw Gable go shoulder first into the turnbuckle. Mentioned earlier the shoulder injury that had been sustained by Gable.
PTSD there for Gable. If he tweaked that shoulder again, looks to have shrugged it off now, though.
Backstabber. Gable quickly down to the top rope.
God, how nimble is Chad Gable?
He came down with a moonsault. Penta with a great counter. Coming out by the champ. Hooks both legs. Gable kicks out.
Well, Penta almost had a sixth sense for what was coming there. Knew full well Chad was going to leap with that moonsault and just busted him right on the jaw with a kick. Bang! Pinpoint accuracy and timing from the champ. And this is when it gets interesting, when both men have a couple of knocks on their body. Can they move quite as well as they were in the early goings? Who's going to be affected more?
And a spectacular Penta as Gable gets his boots up. And Gable has takedown, looking for an ankle lock here. Penta, ankle lock, so now the leg, Penta able to send Gable on the top rope into the floor. And now Penta with a takedown.
That is about as high risk as it gets, just without catching Gable. What was Gable thinking? Grabbing that left shoulder, mixing. Although Penta doesn't get up and landing on that too, but clearly it did maximum damage to the left shoulder of Chad Gable. And that's now a concern.
Penta lives and dies by high risk, as you see here. Again, champion's advantage. Gable has to pin or submit. Into him in the title. The count of four, Gable back into the ring.
I mean, Gable was trying to hide that shoulder issue a few moments ago in the match. He can't hide it now, but he's screaming in agony, and it's affecting Gable in a major way. Gable kicks it out astonishingly on power, but I have bigger questions about Chad Gable and what can he actually do in that ring. If that shoulder is as bad as it looks.
Are you saying that Penta has bureaucracy? Shoulder is again, you know that? I think that what you're trying to say, I think that there is some of the really situated sense that Penta wasn't actually looking at what's happening. Is Chad Gable keeps grinding the shoulder, and that's the tell.
And if Penta sees that, he's going to go for it with a major bullseye.
To the cheek to Gable, drops him to his knees. Gable is not afraid to stand toe-to-toe with his opponents. And something that again, championship, again, and turn. And it cannot do here when he's getting frustrated.
They can't get frustrated, but especially with that shoulder that will frustrate anybody. I think Chad Gable's got a little bit of blood on his head too. He's been bashed around a ton in this one already. And if he's smart, he'll try and end it here. And with Penta a long way out, this is going to take a giant leap from Chad Gable, but he's capable.
Gable got caught. Oh no, that shoulder and all. He does not want this. He does not want this from Penta. Penta focusing on the shoulder.
And Chad can't defend himself here.
And there's the sacrifice. Which will dislocated your shoulder. Covered by Penta. Gable kicks out. but how much damage was done?
Well, Cable is a competitor. He's going to keep on fighting, but you're right, Michael Cole, with that shoulder clearly busted as you like right now. I don't even know if Cable can put up a fight from here. Certainly can't defend himself. And you can't blame Penta for targeting that now. There is a championship on the line.
Yeah, this is a fight. Penta will do anything he needs to do to retain the championship.
Says I'm sorry, Penta knows full well Chad Gable would do exactly the same thing if the roles were reversed right now. It's about winning.
Ready for the Mexican Destroyer. Gable though, somehow able to counter, rolls through, ankle lock by Gable. Now it's Penta makes trouble. Gable sent back to the far corner.
Yeah, is that shoulder weakness something that's able to bust out quickly from that ankle lock? Regardless, Penta back on top, but no.
And then again, it's got a 5 count here. An armbar brought down to Penta.
You can't get a tap out from there, but you can hamper your opponent without moving. It looks like Chad Gable succeeded.
That hurt right to the midsection.
Yeah, this one's breaking down in a big way now. Both men making minor mistakes that are getting down.
Gable! Suplex on the ankle!
Oh, that was a horrific landing there for Penta. Bounce to the outside. Of course, we know Gable cannot win the title on a count out.
Gable doing anything in his power to take out Penta. Gonna go high risk here. Up to the top rope. Moonsault by Gable. Penta taken down.
There's some of those lucha skills we talked about earlier. As well-rounded as it gets now is Chad Gable, but can he secure the gold?
Penta sent back into the ring by Gable. Gable now with an opportunity. Gable picked the time, naked to the top rope. Penta's in trouble. Chad Gable looking to fly here. This is vintage Gable with a flying headbutt. Injured his shoulder though. Penta kicks out at 2.
And you saw the issue on the pin, immediately grabbing that left shoulder again. This was a picture perfect. Oh, let's sing this one first. Hold on. This is what set it up, the German suplex on the outside. And this was just a picture perfect moonsault. Turning outside and then following it up with a beautiful dive, an absolute bullseye. But Chad Gable really cooked on the tight pin here with one arm. But again, how do you win the match with one good arm and you Chad Gable? All that technique, all that specialty that you have, kind of out the window now.
Yeah, we're going to learn a lot about Chad Gable because he just can't use the left arm, Wade.
I mean, he can use it, but what's in that 20% strength? It's almost worthless here. You've got to be able to be creative if you Chad Gable in this situation.
Gable now back to the apron. Enter from the second row. Mexican Destroyer on the apron.
I don't know if that connected flush on Chad Gable, but it's certainly not so
out Wade into the cover to retain the championship. Gable able to power out somehow at 2.
Yeah, I'm telling you right now, if that had hit as crisply as Penta had intended, that would have been a clear knockout. But you see Chad Gable somehow able to roll through it, might be a sense of perhaps exhaustion in Penta, but it was damn close, and he's not going to make that mistake twice.
Penta measuring Gable, trying to make it to his feet in the center of the ring. Penta, pick up the air, come on, by Gable, come on, Gable, and come on, get down. Will he make Penta tap? Penta tap out here.
60 feet down the ring, long way from the monster. He's dragging himself towards it. Trying to help out. There's Chad Gable.
Gable's got it locked in. Penta took to the rope. Hold back to the middle of the ring. Gable's got a chance here. Will Penta tap? Oh! Penta tap! Gable's got it! Gable's got it! Gable's the champion! Here is your winner! Intercontinental Champion! Chad Gable!
Northern very best. Well done, lad.
Years and years of dear business. Chad Gable has finally done it. Chad Gable wins the first singles championship of his storied career.
all of that pressure just dissipating, replaced by emotion. There's that attempt for Penta to put this one away. Looking to follow it up a second time around, but the ultimate reversal. This ankle lock cinched in deep, and Penta, the warrior that he is, scrambled, fighting tooth and nail to get the hell out of there. Shake down the section down, not tonight, flips it in. There's your timeout. There is your new Intercontinental Champion as this place erupted.
His wife, his kids, and now the emotion pouring out of this man, Chad Gable. And Wade, for those of us who have been along for this decade ride of Chad Gable, for those of us who know what this man has gone through, the different characters that changes in his life, the trials, the tribulations, and the downward spirals, but it finally pays off. Wade, you know better than anyone, this business will give back. And it gave back tonight to Chad Gable. My name is Chad Gable. And I was born, raised, and I live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And this is my family who stood by me through the highs and lows, all the way to this moment right now, when I can finally say, I am the Intercontinental Champion! How can you not love this? The epitome of never say die, of never give up. Chad Gable comes out as the match's top dog. He's really got that dog in it.
¿Están listos para hacer historia, mi gente?
They say Supermania couldn't get any bigger. They were wrong. For the first time ever, 2 nights and 2 cities, 1 historic Triple Mania. ¿Y por tu increíble demanda? Night 1 moved to the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas.
And then the celebration continues in Ciudad de Mexico.
Nos vemos en Triple Mania.
And of course, guys, we will be live for Triple Mania.
WrestleMania Night 1 will now take place at MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. Pre-sales start tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific. Tickets go on sale to the general public this Tuesday, 10 a.m. Pacific, via Access.com. All Triple Mania wrestler buyers will be contacted for their new seats at MGM Grand Garden Arena. Don't miss night one of this historic two-night event live in Las Vegas. Then on the following night, Saturday, September 12th, Ryan Garcia and Cara Ben face off for the Welterweight Championship at T-Mobile Arena. Tickets available on Access.com. It's a huge Mexican Independence Day weekend in Las Vegas. First to Seth Rollins. Here's a look now.
told. What you hear when you talk to me, listen, face.
Money in the Bank is coming to Smoothie King Center in New Orleans Saturday, October 10th. Tickets are on sale now. Money in the Bank will air live right here on ESPN. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away from our main event here tonight. It includes a two-time Money in the Bank winner in Seth Rollins taking on Roman Reigns, the World Heavyweight Champion. We get ready for the post-show, which will follow SummerSlam immediately after the main event. Let's check in with the crew led by Joe Tess.
Thank you very much, Michael. We're thrilled to tell everybody that on the SummerSlam post-show, we will have as live guests Kevin Owens and Chelsea Green. Joe Tessitore alongside Big E and Corey Graves. Real quick and previewing this main event. Give me the angle for Seth Rollins to win this.
If Rollins can exist tonight in his wheelhouse, be the architect, execute his game plan to perfection, Rollins will leave with the World Heavyweight Championship. Failure to execute perfectly, though, and still.
And for Roman Reigns to retain Big E.
Roman has to forget about the betrayal. He has to forget about Shield, chair, lore. Put all that aside. Remember who you are. You're bigger, you're faster, you're stronger. You're the OTC. Remember who you are.
Well, these fans here in Minneapolis just love their hometown hero, Chad Gable. And speaking of local favorites, what do you say we head just behind us to NFL superstar, WWE superfan, Vikings great, Justin Jefferson.
Minnesota was good! Minnesota was good! Oh no, y'all not loud enough for me. Y'all not loud enough. I said what's good! Yeah! I need y'all to have that same energy because y'all know what time it is. It's time for the main event. So let's get it!
Hello, my brother. We came in here, one goal in mind.
We were committed to the cause. We were committed to take over.
14 years. You and I have been tied together. There is one thing that you have not been able to do. Beat me.
I don't want to beat you. I need to beat you.
Give me a owe you. WrestleMania 31, I cashed in on your ass and sent your whole family home in tears. Seth Rollins beats Roman Reigns every single time. I owe you.
Seth Rollins is the Tribal Chief's #1 hater. What if you do beat me at SummerSlam? You're gonna carry it for a couple months and get hurt again? Some people just can't handle the pressure and the burden of being the top guy around here.
I'm the only real superstar in WWE has.
Put on your Mount Rushmore. This man is his own mountain.
Acknowledge me. After all these years, he still needs a Money in the Bank briefcase to become champion. You're #2, always gonna be #2. I'm #1, always gonna be #1. And just acknowledge it, bitch.
Okay.
To beat you.
My brother, I will always love you.
Little brother, I hate you.
at SummerSlam to show you what I'm about to say. Be able to escape the ghost of Seth Rollins.
Oh. Wow, the mind games from Seth Rollins. Wow. 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 Give me a hell yeah in the chat if you're a fan of Seth Rollins.
There's an interesting story, Wade, about the gear that Seth Rollins is wearing tonight. He said the white and these colors indicate that he believes his redemption arc is complete tonight. He returned from injury and he was on a path to it. And was driven by the redemption of his injury. There's history first. I mean, the outfit is one thing with my control, but not so it's something that references to me a far more important. That is a vivid, visceral signal to the man he's competing against tonight. I stare you just like that is in the music.
One's to the sky, folks.
It is interesting that the infamous steel chair delivered to Roman Reigns 12 years ago that would dissolve one of the great groups in WWE history known as the Shield would actually lead to the birth of two of the greatest singles competitors of the last decade in WWE. Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns have become pioneers of this era. They never left WWE. They got us to where we are today. And now, once and for all tonight, they both want to shed the obsession that they have had with each other for the past 12 years.
Imagine if John Moxley, aka Dean Ambrose, turned up.
Roman Reigns, of course, had the fourth longest reign as undisputed champion in history at 1,316 days. Behind only Hulk Hogan, Minnesota's own Bob Backlund, and Bruno Sammartino. They had a lot of help during that reign in the name of the Bloodline. Wade, Roman Reigns wants this reign to be different. He wants to do everything on his own. And so far, starting at WrestleMania, when he beat CM Punk for the title, he has done just that.
Okay, you can want to do something a certain way, but if the way you want to do it is failing, the temptation is to fall back on old habits, and we'll see how it goes tonight.
Two men who have dominated SummerSlam over the last 10 years. Roman Reigns with a record of 7-1. Seth Rollins with a record of 8-2. Last year, Rollins cashed in Money in the Bank on CM Punk. A few months later, he had to relinquish the world title due to injury. And tonight, he wants to win back the championship he never lost. Let's head up to our ring announcer, the great Alicia Taylor.
The following contest is scheduled for being introducing first the challenger,
To 60 pounds. He is the man.
Sean Bennett will be the official of the World Heavyweight Championship match tonight. Roman Reigns told me this week that this is about him proving to the world that he's moved on, that he's matured, that he's put the shield in his rearview mirror. In many ways, Seth Rollins needs to close this chapter and end his obsession with Roman Reigns as well.
Yeah, to me, Cole, words from both men. Put them aside. All those feelings of resentment, bitterness, brotherhood, betrayal, they're all coming flooding back the second this bell rings.
And we are underway for the World Heavyweight Championship. A symbol of the days of old, as Seth continues to play mind games with the OTC.
Yeah, I mean, the OTC, as always, a picture of ice cold confidence externally, but you know internally there is just a mania building in his mind right now. And the ghost of Christmas past right there, Seth Rollins, continues to haunt the island of relevancy.
This is our main event of SummerSlam Sunday. The talking is over. It's time to fight for the world title. Big fight feel here tonight at US Bank Stadium in Minnesota as Roman Reigns looks to outpower Rollins early on.
1, 2, 3. Power was always going to be Roman Reigns' advantage here.
How does Roman keep his championship tonight?
He has to keep the red mist from descending, that neurosis in his head. He has to block it out as best he can. If he gets emotional, if he gets raggedy in there, I promise you Seth Rollins is going to exploit that crack and turn it into a major chasm. Seth Rollins right from the off just toying with Roman Reigns. Trying to make him play.
You mentioned the 1,316-day reign of Roman Reigns as champion. It ended because Roman Reigns let his emotions get the best of him at WrestleMania when Seth Rollins came to the ring and allowed Cody Rhodes to win the title. Roman Reigns has never forgotten that night. So if you're Rhodes, how do you beat Reigns to win a 7th world title tonight?
You make Reigns come unglued. Look, everyone's aware that physically speaking, very few can match the all-round abilities of Roman Reigns. Although let's face it, Seth Rollins gets a hell of a lot closer than most. What you have to do is throw Roman off his game and stop moments like this.
Rollins with a leapfrog. Went with a side headlock. Rollins with one of his own. Step down. Across the ring. Fast pace to start things here.
Roman Reigns got turned around a bit, and Rollins turns it into a sling blade.
And again, a speed, a technical advantage has to go to Rollins, and there's really not much between either of them at any level here.
It's interesting, two of the most popular, most respected superstars in the world.
Yes, they are, but there is a historical ledger between these two. Whenever they encounter, and it's completely one-sided in favor of Rollins.
Again, Reigns missed wildly. Seth Rollins now teeing off on the champion Roman Reigns.
Well, Seth is just baiting Roman in at this point. He's inside the head of Roman, and again, pure power winning out again.
Well, he's been inside the head of Roman most of Roman's career. Every big match they've had, Seth Rollins wins. And Roman explodes out of the corner with a clothesline.
Yeah, this is some rage inside Roman now. Look, catharsis temporarily, perhaps.
Reigns across the ring, missed wildly. Rollins with a kick right to the knee. Drops Roman Reigns with a super kick to the face.
And again, Rollins is countering everything that Roman's trying. And this historical ghost that haunts Roman is continuing right now. That is how you get in the head of the OTC.
Well, you heard what Rollins said, right? He believes he's the architect of Roman Reigns, that he created the Reigns that we see today.
Right now, we are seeing the psyche of Roman Reigns being shattered.
Rollins, nobody home. Roman Reigns using some quickness in a big jumping clothesline to take Rollins down. Roman now into the corner. And now it's Roman's turn to punish Rollins. Oh, and a big boot.
Yeah, this is a sustained moment of authority for Roman in this match for the first time. Sending a little something back the way of Seth freaking Rollins.
And Roman's starting to settle in a bit now. You can feel it. Locked and loaded. Roman went to the Superman punch. Rollins able to turn it around with a forearm of his own. And now Seth sets Roman over the top rope to the floor.
And these counters are Seth telling Roman, I know you better than you know yourself.
Rollins across the ring, suicide dive, dragging Reigns back first to the barricade.
Very little, but Roman is trying, is working thus far.
And Rollins again driving Roman into the barricade, and the champion's reeling. And Roman's starting to feel it. Rollins now driving Roman into the Spanish announce desk. Reigns sets out an answer for everything.
This is a call. You've been ringside for the entirety of Roman Reigns' career. He does not have off nights. He does not have kryptonite unless Seth Rollins is there.
Great way to describe it, because that is what Rollins has been to Roman Reigns throughout his career.
He's the only one.
Rollins now clearing the Spanish announce desk. The official Sean Bennett telling Rollins to get back in the ring and break the count. You have to believe the official's going to have a lot of leeway in this big title match tonight.
No doubt about that. No one wants to see this one blown up for a minor transgression.
He went to the well once too often, and Roman Reigns made him pay for it with the right hand.
There was just too much of a weight there for Roman Reigns, and Seth may have made a critical error.
And a drive-by by Roman.
Well, Seth opened the door, and he can only blame himself for that one.
And now Seth Rollins trying to regroup and gather himself.
Well, look, Roman made a few errors in the early goings of this one, but that was Seth's error that has allowed Roman back into this, and that is a mistake you cannot afford to make with the OTC.
Roman Reigns, now he climbs into the crowd to go after Rollins. And again, I mentioned there's going to be a lot of leeway, but the official's going to let these two get away with tonight. So much on the line in this matchup. Not just the championship, but the respect.
I mean, for both men at this point, strategy clearly out the window. This has just turned into a violent brawl here. Hopefully both guys keeping their eyes on what is really at stake, which is the World Heavyweight Championship.
And the absolute disdain that these two have for one another. One of the greatest rivalries of this era.
We talked about it earlier, though. It's crucial to keep in control. Keep control of your faculties. Control of where you're trying to head in this one.
And now look at Rollins realizing that expansion to the midsection of Reigns. Roman breathing heavily.
Referee really giving a ton of leeway, as you mentioned, Colin. Rightly so. Nobody wants this thing thrown out. I said let him fight. That's what Oh, God.
And a suplex onto the steel.
But I'll tell you right now, just bolts of lightning shooting up the spine of Seth Rollins, detonating right at the top, straight into his brain. And that is devastating for Rollins. And physically, he's not going to be the same for the rest of this match after that impact.
And Rollins making his way back to the timekeeper's area. Roman Reigns now, here he comes.
Well, like a knee left right to the jaw of Roman, just in the nick of time there from Seth freaking Rollins, and now getting close to getting back in the ring, but major damage sustained by both.
Off the apron and a high knee by Rollins.
And both men looking wiped out at this stage, but we know they can ratchet through the gears. We've seen it time and again. And Seth Rollins looks like he's got some major plans here.
Roman just trying to stand up, trying to use the barricade to balance.
Roman's in a battle for survival, and Seth Rollins has bloodlust in his eyes.
Now mocking Reigns. Rollins with a full head of steam. Look out! She was wrong!
The real Roman Reigns has just awakened.
Seth Rollins' body buckling.
Well, Rollins can't get something deviating. Fire and power through that table by an OTC who has swung this one around.
The official admonishing Roman Reigns to break the count. The champion back into the ring momentarily. Roman having some fun with the Minnesota Vikings here at ringside. Locking Rollins football ability.
And Roman something that's completely renewed. We've seen this from him in the past, back from the dead. And with bad intent in mind.
I'm sorry, I can do it. I made it to the Se va a hacer su have in mind. More punishment for Seth Rollins. Can he use all announce table? No! Rollins! Rollins gonna turn the tables! Rollins with the announce table!
Wow.
Oh, Roman's down!
Bear with me, guys. Sorry.
On the inside of the ring here, and symbiotic devastation. The audience enjoying themselves, but these competitors clearly not. are now crucial constituency of both men and completely toasted.
He does us a favor, Roman. I'm just out they're trying around the waist of Roman Reigns. Wallace says that Reigns at least fit the count.
Well, even you know Roman Reigns doesn't want to end it like this. Roman Reigns wants a definitive victory over the ghost of his Seth Rollins. He might not do it.
It's at 7. The officials at 7. Reigns and Rollins trying to come through. Now.
Rollins is close. Reigns a million miles and
we're counting 9. Speaks the
apparently by Rollins almost brought him the World Championship. An incredible main event. I mean, it's lunacy that these two are even moving at this point, but one man is moving better than the other, and that
Rollins challenges in position.
Freaking Rollins.
Rollins is in position. Roman Reigns trying to make it back to his feet. Rollins was looking for a stop, but he ran into a Superman punch. Covered by the champion. Onto the leg. Rollins got the shoulder on the toe.
And that's just an instinctive kick out from one of the greatest in history, Seth Rollins, who has no clue where he's at right now, going in for the kill, and simply beaten to the punch by the OTC.
Wait, the emotions starting to run through Reigns' brain. What do I need to do to beat him? How can I beat him?
I gotta be honest with you, at this point in the match, this deep in the match, it's not about emotion, it's about who has those championship instincts, who has the drive, who has the grit, who can fight through this. Faculties are simply not firing in the mind as they were, but there's the prize on the line.
Two of the most important figures in the history of WWE are battling it out tonight for the World Heavyweight Championship. To be the man in this business. Will it be Reigns? Will it be Rollins?
If you're a betting man, you're putting the house on Roman Reigns right now.
Not quite sure I take that bet. Look at this. Big blow by Rollins. And now Seth with a stop. Seth with a stop for the World Heavyweight Championship. Here's the cover. Rollins is in it. Rollins kicks out.
Absolutely stunning from the OTC, dead and buried. And somehow digging his way back into this thing, going in for it, eating the top of his own spear. He's rattled and he's stunned by Seth freaking Rollins, but that is not enough when you're up against the OTC.
Rollins pulled an ace out of the deck, but Roman Reigns was able to kick out.
What's going through Seth's mind right now? What has Roman said this week? You'll never be A1. You'll always be in my shadow. You'll always be one level below me.
And that eats at Seth Rollins.
Seth wants to shove those words down the throat of Roman Reigns, and it might be about to do just that.
Rollins lifting Roman up on his shoulders.
An insane level of power this deep into a matchup when you've been bruised, battered, and bloody.
Yeah, two of the most well-conditioned men in WWE today.
We talked about it earlier in the show, those championship gears when the spotlight is the brightest. Do you have them, yes or no? These two have both proved it time and time again. They certainly do.
Massive crowd looking on as Rollins heads to the top rope, trying to control Roman Reigns here, trying to bring the world title home.
Roman Reigns is a big, big opponent to try and lift up from that position. But I don't think Seth has it in him right now.
Roman with a headbutt, driving Rollins to the mat. Uh-oh, Rollins up top, hooks, he hooks Roman. Rollins with a superplex, and he's gonna roll through. Can he get Roman up? Look at the second, no, guillotine, cover by Reigns, guillotine by Reigns. Rollins is falling, is Rollins gonna tap?
That choke is locked in deep and struggling with a severe lack of power now. It's Seth freaking Rollins and he's fading cold.
Reigns has got it locked in. Rollins with nowhere to go. Now showing some signs of life.
It's frantic moments now for Seth freaking Rollins. That is completely cinched in now.
Roman wrapping his legs like a constrictor around the waist of Rollins, looking to pass Rollins out.
I mean, you simply can't fight back from that position. You've got no... Oh, here we go.
Seth Rollins, though, still in this.
The Seth needs to get to the ropes. This is his only hope.
Rollins said, not yet. Not yet. I've got fight. I still got fight. Oh, my God. Talk about willpower. Talk about willpower. Seth Rollins trying to fight back to the vertical base.
Oh, this is completely insane. That is not a cruiserweight he's picking up there. That's one of the biggest on the roster.
And Rollins is able to slip his arm around the face of Roman. Roman! Landed on his feet from behind. Spear by Reigns to retain. Seth kicked out. Rollins kicked out. How the hell did Rollins kick out?
Oh man, an action replay on that count, please, because I thought that was over. The entire stadium thought it was over. A flash spear right to the midsection of an exhausted Seth Rollins at just about kicking out and keeping this one alive. Seth, you absolute freak of nature.
Oh, three. This bunch is a two. Boys, that's what you're the number two. It's all good here. If you want to choose that woman, please try it. This is
So yes, Roman's got to get in control of his emotions. Doesn't want to go down that rabbit hole again. It's cost him way too many times against Rollins.
Yeah, this is that red mist that's now descended in the mind of the OTC. Clarity has completely gone. And this could be a problem for Roman, despite the fact that he's in control here.
He continues to call himself A1. Bigger and better than Rollins. But does he believe it? Rollins with a spear! Rollins crawling to the cover! Seth's gonna do it here! Roman puts out again! An instant classic at SummerSlam!
But it was the goading by Roman Reigns, the taunting, the pie-facing.
And it almost cost him again.
Open that window for Seth to pull out this and almost steal it from Roman Reigns. And win it, the World Heavyweight Championship. And you've got to see the reaction in the arena. This is the Vikings, the Minnesota Vikings team, loving what they're seeing.
relax. Tonight, I take that from you.
And Rollins' mind games continue. Lifting Roman up, middle of the ring. Rollins with a bucket down the Reigns. And now, look for a stop. Caught by Roman. Reigns down.
And says the old Mexican said,
And a stop by Roman. A stop by Roman. A stop by Reigns. The cover. Rollins is alive. Rollins is alive.
oh God, both men tonight at their supreme best at times, losing focus on the real prize of the World Heavyweight Championship, driven by something else. I don't know if it's competition, if it's hatred.
It's about being the best. It's about being number one. That's what this is about. The top of the food chain. For 12 years, these two men have been fighting over who's on top and who's the best. And tonight, that's what it's about. That's what they want to prove.
And we're still waiting for the answer, Cole.
What a damn match.
I mean, how are you even stirring at this point? How are you not completely laid out? It's like they both get re-energized.
Before we go on, come down to my ass. It's always ever since the booster, it's only been me and you. Rollins brought up the bloodline. Roman Reigns said, I need to do this on my own. I need to prove to you that I'm the man. Listen to this place. Rollins thought he was getting the upper hand, but no. Wait a minute. Rollins into the official. The official's down.
An excellent shot to the jaw of the official. And two titans of this industry slugging it out.
Oh, talk about a little wacky line. Hello, Dean Ambrose. And another. Well, I thought he was going to go for another round. But Roman Reigns does to the third Shield member.
Ref's got his bearings back too. Roman Reigns can kill it here.
Reigns, oh no! Oh no! He just speared the official. Stopped by Rollins. But there's no referee.
And there's no coming back from that spear, not if you're an official. I don't even know if Seth had the energy to go for a pin after that stomp. It was a desperation move and worked.
This is one of the damnedest matches that I've had an opportunity to call.
It's industrial levels of durability from two men driven to be nothing but the guy stood on top of this mountain alone.
This is one of those matches, Wade, you never want to see it. The official Sean Bennett is down and out.
The referee is down cold. Normal rules suddenly don't apply.
Rollins with a steel chair. the weapon that started this all 12 years ago.
Blast from the past.
Much like the betrayal of 2014, Seth Rollins, with a steel chair in hand, Roman Reigns oblivious. No, he's not. Rollins, get down.
That just took way too long. Yeah, sword has suddenly switched hands.
A hesitation by Rollins.
And what a moment of catharsis this could be for Roman Reigns. 12 years in the making.
Roman Reigns shedding the obsession. I'll move past this. We're going to end this man to man. Now Peter Miles battling for the heavyweight championship.
Just two heavyweights slugging it out in round 12 here, Cole.
Who's going to dig down deeper? Who's got a little bit more left?
Who is the bigger man?
Come on, Roman. Come on. Come
All right, and another. Now taking it out his anger. Seth Rollins with a kick to the midsection.
Just the boss man pushing way past breaking points.
Roman with a right. The Superman punch. Seth stays up. Oh, pedigree. Turn the Skinner into a pedigree. Not going to stop. Roman able to duck underneath. And I think Seth landed a bit gingerly on his ankles.
Still moving pretty down. Reigns is flatlined here. Reigns is done.
From the top rope. Looking for a super stomp. Snare. There's still no referee. Another spear.
That was a classic.
I don't even know what to say. Except that was one of the greatest main events I've witnessed at SummerSlam.
I don't think we have ever seen two competitors expend as much energy, as much violence, as much of their souls in pursuit of victory as we did in tonight's main event. And Roman Reigns had the option to go cheaply, to take a cheap path to victory. He said, no, I need to beat Seth the right way. I need to show the world that I am the better man.
There was no bloodline. It was straight up one-on-one. And Roman Reigns retains the championship.
I've seen a lot of title defenses from Roman Reigns, not more arduous than this. That was the pedigree out of nowhere. Seth Rollins going for this super stomp from the very top. A nimble Roman Reigns somehow pulling a spear out of nowhere after all these two had gone through. And here was spear number two, driven into the sternum of Seth Rollins.
It was almost poetic that Roman Reigns would end this for not one, not two, but three spears. Remember the Shield, the brothers of three. Justin Jefferson rubbing it at ringside. Ladies and gentlemen, Roman Reigns has now tied up all loose ends.
Everyone knows. Don't you dare me. Roman sees them.
He finally got rid of all the skeletons in his closet. Roman Reigns exercised the visionary. And for tonight, Roman Reigns proves he was just one step better. And it is forever done. The final chapter. The book has closed. Roman Reigns is still the world heavyweight champion.
Guys, thank you for tuning in to this live stream tonight. This does bring it to a close, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you from the bottom of my heart for tuning in for both nights, and we will see you again soon with some more wrestling content.